Check, check. Hey guys, welcome everybody out there getting ready for the first ever for the new Overpower card game regional event 2025 Pacific Northwest Overpower Regional, coming to you from the fantastic Zulu's Board Game Cafe. We're going to do a little bit of a pre-game show here. We're going to be doing a couple of interviews throughout the day. We've got a much better setup. You're going to be able to see some hand cams. So right now, I'm going to head out to the floor. You see everybody here's finishing up deck registrations, and I'm going to do a little interview with one or two people about how they think the day's going to go. So hang out with us for the next 10 minutes, and then you'll hear a little bit of this announcement again when we get to that point. To Zulu's Board Game Cafe out here in Seattle, Washington. As you can see, it's a little loud, but we're going to do our best to do some interviews here. We are being joined by Marcel, the GOAT. Let's plug your podcast. So if you guys haven't seen it yet, please check out Marcel's amazing Overpower Mountain podcast that he's been doing. You give great insights into the game. It's very entertaining. I enjoy listening to it. What are your predictions for characters you think you're going to see in the tournament today? You've gotten a lot of insight into the meta. You've been doing it, so we've got a little over 40 people. What do you think's going to be the thing we see the most, or strategies? Anything interesting?
You know, when I looked at this tournament, the thing I really looked at was I looked at the region, and I thought about the region and what they would play, not necessarily what majority of outside players would bring, because I figured the majority of players would be from the region. Now, in this region, I'm seeing a lot of like Zorro love, Leonidas love. This is almost the combat region of Overpower in North America right now. So I predict a lot of that. I think if somebody was really savvy and brought like a hidden Dracula deck, it could really play the meta really well. But again, it's an open meta. It's really exciting because other than a few little side tournaments, nobody really knows what anybody's going to play. And everybody's kind of keeping it close to the chest. Again, I think it'll be a very combat-heavy sort of frame. You will see the odd Hercules. You'll see the odd, Three Musketeers. I think people will sort of like really reach for whatever defense is sort of in the set overall. That's kind of where I probably see a lot going. I could see a lot of people here as well playing into like the Cthulhu factor as well.
Nice.
Just for the hometown Kraken approach
that
they do, So like I could see that, but I think it's going to be interesting. I'm curious more, not necessarily which characters will be here, but whether people are leaning into the mono 8 or the dual 8 sort of deck.
I agree. That's been one thing with this set. We come from the old game where we played for years, and it was very rare you saw a successful mixed grid deck.
Yeah.
And we've definitely tried to design to make that more of a possibility, and now we're starting to see that more. So do you think that that's something that's going to become a little more regular for this year?
Very much so. And the reason I'll give you is because unlike the first game that you got, or the original Overpower game that came out, you adding the any powers already in this initial set really gives you that almost like Picasso style approach where you can kind of like mix and match stats a lot more in this set. Now, again, this set is very finicky with numbers and threat levels. So I think that's where those any powers and mixing and matching is really going to play to people's advantage,
Now, I am interested in your opinion. So one thing I've noticed, there was a lot of people talking about Zorro online, a lot of people talking about Hercules. I think those are like, just you look at them, you immediately know why they're good. I've seen a lot of buzz the last 2 weeks with intellect decks all of a sudden. It's like a lot of people seem like they've recently discovered Moriarty and Victory Harbin in the back. What are your predictions for that? Do you think that the field's going to have much of that? Has that been on your radar very much?
So, obviously, I think a lot of the podcasts and a lot of the things sort of sway people's sort of mentality towards things a lot. And I recently actually spoke about Moriarty a lot recently. And all of a sudden, I just started seeing people playtesting him a lot, which I found really unique. Now, I'm not really sure that intelligence really has the oomph yet, but I have seen the combo of Joan of Arc and Victory Harbin in reserve.
Interesting.
And that combo with EFL coming out, especially if it comes out early in a game, seems really daunting. And, protection of St. Michael from Joan of Arc in a very combat-rich field could really actually be one of those cards that could be the secret hidden gem of the day.
And also, I think that it's really great against intellect decks, too, because you can usually get a teamwork follow-up or a multi and lock out their main power type. So, I agree. I think it would be awesome to see some Joan of Arc. I haven't seen a lot of that in the meta. The last question I'll ask you, so one of the things that people have commented about, and it's intentional, events are less devastating than the old game. There's no KO event. There's no events that just lock out an entire power type. What are you thinking as far as which event set is going to see the most play?
Yeah, so I think, with the events, the most unique thing that you're probably trying to do in this new version of the game is always just trying to coordinate your event with your deck. Now, I'm hearing a lot of rumbles because I'm talking to people. A lot of people just don't even feel the events are worthy as of the moment. Now, I can already tell you there's at least 3 or 4 that I think are just like very much you should add in a deck type mentality.
Mhm.
And I find it very unique that people would actually go to a 51 card deck and sort of like bypass events when there are actually some powerful ones in there.
Yeah,
But
for
when
sure.
you hear people talking about them, you hear them say like, oh, there's just nothing worthy. But I mean, when you get things like, brute force icon does not count towards venture total, or
Yeah.
intelligence icons don't count towards venture total, like moments like that, and especially a couple of those new events, they could really play today. And I think the deck that wins today will have an event that works with its deck.
That makes sense. So I'm getting the mark. We got to get started here. So I'm going to jump back to my other booth.
Thank you.
Step right over here. We're going to de-lab you. Thank you very much, guys. We're going to have more interviews throughout the day. So join us on the stream, and I'll be with you in just a moment. All right, everybody. That was a great interview with Marcel, the OP Goat, the man from the Overpower Mountain podcast, with some great insight on what we think we might see today. Big predictions from him. He thinks Leonidas is going to make a big splash today. I've been surprised we haven't seen much of Leonidas in any of the local metas at all. I've always thought he was incredibly powerful, so I'm very much looking forward to commentating on some Leonidas games. Um, the GOAT had talked a lot about Professor Moriarty and Victory Harbin on his podcast recently, and a lot of people seem to have gravitated over and kind of discovered the power of that combo, which is great. The only thing people aren't really buzzing on as much anymore is energy, which is kind of hilarious because before the Peace Bridge NAOL event, I don't know if you were following this much, Sean, but everybody was on the multiple nines from Zeus to the point of saying it might be too powerful or broken. And then it didn't do well at Peace Bridge, and we haven't heard much of a peep about it since then.
Yeah, a lot of people will make these snap predictions on who they think are overpowered or going to be playing by a lot of the field, and then they don't normally come to fruition, so to speak. So it's going to be interesting. You have to wait. The battleground of the tournament is going to show us who is really truly powerful and who is just speculated strong.
Now, Sean, I know who your boy is. The Monkey King, Sun Wukong. I know he's your boy. Man, that character is insane in draft. I
Yeah,
actually
and,
played in the
and
draft event last night, and first round just utterly destroyed me. What
yeah,
are your thoughts on? You think we're gonna see any appearances by the PlayStation Game of the Year All Star Sun Wukong also in our game?
well, in the playtest tournament earlier, you saw him a ton, and he actually ended up winning that tournament. If you remember, first and second place both had him on his team, and since that tournament, you haven't seen him at all.
Now we did
So
increase his
maybe
price
people.
from that playtest tournament. He was still a 21 pointer. He did get increased to a 22 pointer. Do you think that's a factor?
I think so. You're absolutely right. He was originally designed as a 23 character. We bumped him down to 22. People thought he wasn't strong, brought him to 21, and now he's back to 22 because people are realizing that he his mostly one per decks, which is why he's so powerful in draft. But all of his cards are great. He backs up strength and having every one of his cards in your deck, you've got 6 powerful cards that are not going to duplicate. So I'd be interesting to see if somebody um, puts him in their deck. But I agree with Marcel. I think you're going to see a lot of Leonidas today. He's a point cheaper, and a lot of his stuff is really powerful. More synergy for the team.
Well, I'll admit if we do see a lot of Leonidas today, that'll definitely be a little different than my predictions, which is cool. You know, that's one of the things I'm really excited about is I really think we're going to see a wide variety of stuff. You know, hearing the Seattle locals talk so much about intellect and so much about Moriarty the last few weeks, I think we'll see some of that. But I think the other thing that's interesting is we've only released 2 of the events that call out a power type not counting to venture for a battle, which are arguably some of the most powerful events in the new format. So the original Cthulhu set has no cards with an intellect icon count to venture for this battle. If you've gotten it from the prize packs, the Tarzan set has no cards with a brute force icon. Do you think that those events will see play? Do you think that they'll influence people's deck choices, not wanting to run up against them? Or do you think that they're not enough of a factor to influence deck building?
Um, that's a great question. I think that if you were a player in the old format, you know how strong those events are. In this modern format, it's really difficult to build your deck. If you wanna flesh out your deck to have it really spectrum well, it's hard to avoid one power type. And so I think building your deck around one event, I don't think it's as powerful as it used to be. That I could be wrong, but we do know Hercules and strength. Sorry, brute force is very powerful. So people who are lucky enough to open that prize pack certainly going to be putting that in their deck to try to mitigate some of the brute force characters you're going to see today.
I have to agree. My prediction is I think you'll see a lot of John Carter. I think that that's the easiest one to look at and say, "Oh, I get a battle where I can shift attacks away from one character. I can play a basic or a training universe card and go fetch it from my deck." Just things immediately you recognize the value of. I think people that have gotten the prize packs, I think we're going to see some Tarzan decks, some intellect decks with Tarzan, and see them going after the brute force decks. You know, hedging a little bit against Hercules.
Yeah, and the no intellect icon count to venture event is incredibly powerful. But like I said before, it's really hard to make a like a spectrumy deck and not kind of ding yourself. If you're not into intellect, a lot of these great characters like Zorro, even like Zeus, some of the big eight rankers, they will have a secondary stat in intellect. So if I had to guess, I think you're right. The Tarzan brute force icon event is going to be showing up a lot more than the intellect one.
That's a great observation. It's one thing I've noticed with this set, just the genre of it being kind of Victorian heroes. Like, one of the things that made you the best hero back then was being intelligent. And I have noticed there is a lot of 4 and 5 intelligence characters. That stat is generally the highest secondary stat. So you're right. That event in this particular environment is going to hit more. I think what I'm most excited about for today is the fact that this might be the only time in this game, even if it survives for 100 more years, this is really the one tournament where we're going to get to commentate on a completely fresh, uninfluenced meta. There's been, dozens of small local 8 to 10 person events, weekly events held, but nothing really televised, not a lot of publicized deck. Meta's all speculation. This is where the rubber meets the road. $10,000 to the winner of the tournament today, $5,000 for the second place winner. People are going to come with the thing that they think they've broken the environment with the most. And this is going to, whatever happens, even whether you're a casual player or a pro, what happens at this event is going to influence the meta, and it's going to influence how you play the game. You're going to then play local opponents who are going to copy some of the decks they've seen. You're going to see ideas come up from ideas they've seen from watching these events. So I'm just really excited for the first time to get to commentate on on the initial formation of a meta in Overpower.
No, absolutely. It's going to be really interesting. You're going to see a lot of fresh decks, a lot of new ideas, maybe even a character that you're not familiar playing against. But you're right. This is the only time we're going to see a completely blank slate for the meta. It's exciting. It'll be also very interesting when we go to the next tournament to see how the meta will have been shifted, or people are preparing for what was going to be revealed today.
Yeah, for sure. We're close to getting started here, guys. We're running, again, a little slow today. It's our first regional we've ever run. We're trying some new procedures like deck registration. I can hear out in the main room the microphone going. We are at such a cool location here. Zulu's Cafe in Seattle. They have multiple locations. We held a tournament last year at one. This is our first regional. What an awesome place. They've got digital screens that Cardio hooks directly up to, so you can just see your pairings on the screens. They've got a giant play space. It's very nice. I've said it before. They've got root beer on tap, so I'm gonna give myself type 2 diabetes by the end of the day, and it's gonna be fantastic. It's such a great place. All right, Sean, let's ask a fun question. If there was a character or a specific card mechanic that you from this set would want to see go in like undefeated into the top 8, or just be like, or forced to be reckoned with throughout the tournament, what is the one you would be super happy about seeing do really well?
Well, I thought it was powerful in play testing, and anytime you go up against him, very wary of this mechanic, but maybe people still haven't found the best deck to put him in. But if anybody can really go undefeated with the Count of Monte Cristo's Jacopo, play a follow-up face down, and they have to guess the defense, I'd love to see someone really utilize that mechanic. It's so fun.
So ironically, I agree. That's exactly what I was going to say. I would love to see an invisible man on the front line just
Yeah, that's a
driving
good
people
one too.
nuts. And mostly because of the same thing. His one per deck that allows him to play cards face down for the game and forces them to mill to show them.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's the best, but it's by far my favorite mechanic in the game. So
Every time you go to make a deck, you look at the invisible man, and it's just like it's like Terrence Howard in Iron Man 1. You're like, not today, but
Next
it's
time.
gonna happen.
Next time. I love the Invisible Man, and
That 0 that has to be
that's what I was
blocked by
just
a
gonna
5 or
say.
greater, it's gonna sneak in, it's gonna catch people off guard.
And also
That
just
card is
like,
hard to deal with when you know it's coming, and playing it face down, it's brutal.
oh yeah, for sure. Well, and I think that that's also too. It brings me to the like, there's some mechanics I love. I will say my second pick would be a Baker Street deck that's actually really utilizing the spying well. That's my favorite home base. I find it the funnest to play. I want to get to the point where we have psychics in the game from Marvel, like a Xavier or Jean Grey, where they're spying and looking at cards from hands and discarding. But unfortunately, at least in my experience and from what I've seen in the game, the constructed, I haven't seen anyone crack the code in Modern for making that an A tier, really powerful deck. And I'm not really sure why. I'm not really sure what the secret sauce is, but that's one again I would love if somebody came in with like a Merlin deck and was like looking at specials and knocking key cards out of their hand and just had it down to a science. I would love to see an oppressive Baker Street deck that's just picking their best cards out of their hand.
Yeah, it is a viable mechanic. I actually, in my first constructed tournament, I played a Merlin with an Angry Mob Modern Age. Now they're an 8 brute force, so the grid didn't really match up. So you really have to utilize those any power cards. Oh, it looks like we have
It looks
first
like
people. So
here we go. So, all right, everybody, we are into it. The cards are on the table. We are going into the first round of this tournament. I'm a little confused here. Is that a
I'm
Joker
sorry, is
on
that
the
a
table?
Joker? Andrew is nodding yes. Like, why is there we go?
Okay, there we
You
go.
sneaky man.
He's
Showing
the Sun Wukong is using his power of illusion to look like the Joker, which is
he is a
great.
trickster. So right off the bat, you and I we called it. We've got Zorro and Leonidas, and I'm very happy to see the Monkey King Sun Wukong.
So one thing that's great about this, so we're seeing we're seeing a split grid over on Andrew's part. He's got Mina Harker, who's got a 6 energy and a 6 brute force. That's keying off the 6 brute force off Sun Wukong and the 8 energy off the Wicked Witch. So he's playing a dual
Yeah.
8 grid. And I'm also pretty excited to see 2 Billy the Kids in the back. I did not expect to see a lot of Billy the Kid, so seeing 2 of them right off the bat, this is awesome. This is going to be so great. So,
So it looks like Andrew won the paper rock scissors, so he'll be going first. But if you know the card pool, Sun Wukong and Wicked Witch both have a vertigo. I'm sorry, a like team frontline shift. So he's gonna have 2 battles where he'll be able to shift things around, and it looks like he's using Asclepion. So healing is gonna be big for him.
yeah, he's going to be looking to do a lot of healing and then fire off. So we know Andrew. Andrew's coming hot off his win last year at Boston. And hold on, I'm going to adjust my screen to full screen. And then Chris M is new to us. I don't know him, so he's most likely a Seattle local, and this is going to be great to see. So we are getting Andrew's got the negate placed, but he's also got the 11 for Sun Wukong and the 8 multi for Wicked Witch. Right off the bat, he's coming with some heat. Now, interestingly
So
enough, we are seeing Zorro and Leonidas being played, but we're not seeing him play it with the training ground. Both of their cards, they've got a lot of really good cards with training. It'll be interesting to see if Chris is stacking those training's main deck. He's got
yeah, that's
Zorro's Riposte, which is a full team defense, but it's really good with the training because it does act as a power card. He's got the Shield Phalanx, which is a defensive card if you want it to be, which is going to pump up his power card defense. But he's not representing a lot of offensive heat yet, so he may be looking to do some betting and run.
No, absolutely. It's the beginning of the game, so you know that the Sun Wukong's 11 isn't going to affect the venture total, but even still, he's got an 8 and an 11 placed. He can't be feeling too confident. He's probably gonna have to bet smart, run, and hopefully the next hand get some defense to deal with those bombs.
Now, Andrew goes 2, Chris just goes 1, and Chris is going to opt for the pre-battle concession. Not completely surprising. Andrew had a little bit of an edge. Now, Andrew was lucky enough to place that 3 energy to make sure he had one of the teamwork follow-ups. I don't know. There's a part of me with that negate placed for Mina Harker too. I was surprised to see Andrew go 2 there. I felt like he had a little bit of a placing advantage and maybe would want to just ride that into the next hand.
Yeah, Chris did have a duplicate as well, but maybe Andrew just didn't have any defense. Or
Chris went second, so he replaced it.
Oh, that's correct. You're absolutely right. That's a new rule this season. If you go second, you get to replace 1 duplicate in your opening hand.
We're going to ask if the booth can just politely ask Andrew to move his home base onto the mat just so we can see the cards that are placed on it. We don't want to interrupt their round too much, but... So it looks like he's got a Merlin negate placed to it and a 2 multi. Thank you very much, Booth. Andrew's got a really strong hand, but it looks like Matt has come into his own with a little offensive power here. He's got the 8 combat power card. He's got the 7 combat attack from Zorro. And so I think his advantage here is going to be if he can start throwing these big attacks and eat through some of those negates. He's got a pretty good path through Mina Harker and Wicked Witch. You know, as powerful as Andrew's offense is, he doesn't look to have a lot of his defense left. Now, I haven't gotten a good look at Andrew's hand. Unless he's got the Sun Wukong shift or the Wicked Witch shift, he may be in a little bit of trouble defending some of these big attacks.
Yeah, he might have to spend some of the those valuable negates just to stop a slow chain. Chris does have a 4, and you know Robin Hood likes to throw multiple attacks. So, okay, Chris went 2, and I think Andrew also went 2.
Andrew also went 2, so we're going to see a fight here. Andrew's got something in his hand. He's got a 4 multi in his hand. It looks like he does have either the Avoid for Sun Wukong or the Shift. I think it's the Avoid. It looked like it was the Cloud Surfing. But we're seeing our first attack. Mina Harker is going to throw an ally. So either Sun Wukong or Wicked Witch is going to follow up with a special card. And it looks like he's going to follow up with the 7. Now, the 1 eye, the 7 intellect from Wicked Witch, has a secondary ability to pin the reserve in the reserve slot for a battle. But he is opting to just throw it as a 7 against Robin Hood. Now, we've heard a lot of people talk a lot about Robin Hood, and what does he defend that with?
That is Leonidas' teammate Avoid. He or teammate Avoid. That is what I suspected. Robin Hood is nasty. He throws a lot of heat. He can really disrupt you, and he actually has a really good teammate defense. But all that he paints a target. So Andrew smartly focused Robin, and you got to get him out of there, or he can really do some damage to you.
And honestly, he's even positioned to do the damage now. So that I believe on Robin Hood, that is the discard a placed card and then draw 2 cards, which normally is just one of the most devastating cards in the game. But again, Andrew's got a full negate placed on the home base and the ability to play Mina Harker's negate defensively if he's willing to reveal his hand. So, you know, Chris is going to have to try to strategically play to get him to eat up those negates.
Absolutely. With Andrew holding so many bombs, you know, you really look for your own special cards to react, but he's going to have to start using power cards like he just did. Really poke, make Andrew use his power cards for defense, and don't even worry about those special cards.
All right, so Andrew is going to play target character, discard a placed card. What a great moment. That is actually a picture of Mina Harker attacking Robin Hood, and she's trying to make him discard his draw 3. He's going to shift it over. Now, you have to shift it to an effect. So he does have to make sure he shifts it to a place where he can discard a card. He opts to get rid of the Shield Phalanx. What do you think of that play? Would you have kept the Shield Phalanx and got rid of either the defensive card or the 6?
I mean, the Shield Phalanx is so good, but it doesn't represent any venture. And since they both went 2, that's what he might be thinking of. We don't know how he built his deck. Now, when I play Leonidas, I most certainly will have another one in my deck. So maybe that's what he's thinking. He's got another one coming, and this is not for venture. So
this is Elite Swordsman from Zorro. One of the only characters in the first set that received a full 7 special card attack as a non-1 per deck. Partially, I think why people like Zorro so much. He can generate venture. He does have the full team defense. Andrew's going to keep gunning for Robin Hood. He throws a teamwork. It's blocked with a 5 intelligence power card. He's going to use the 3. Now, one thing Chris has done very well here is even though some of the cards placed on Andrew's side of the board are big, Chris has done a good job at least of making him use them and get to an even amount. They're both sitting at 6th place cards now. Now, he's going to have a few hits on Robin Hood, and he did venture 2, but this might be the time for him. He's sitting on an 8 power card in his hand, so he knows Robin Hood is dead if he stays in and fights. Oh, yeah, actually, sorry. He could have blocked one of those with the 5 multi, but maybe he forgot it was for the team or just missed it. But I don't know.
The 5 multi, he didn't. He opted not to.
He's going on the offensive, so he throws the ally. Andrew's got 1 card in hand. We're not sure what it is, but nothing on the board can defend them. So it looks like the 2 is going to be a hit. He's going to follow with the 4. Now, this may be one of those times where you see a 4 get negated.
You just have to. You have to negate it.
He's going to negate it. He's going to reveal and play open-handed, and we see that 4 multi that we knew he had. But now that shuts him off from being able to do the follow-ups. And I think, unfortunately, we're going to see Robin Hood go down here because Andrew doesn't look like he's going to run. And I don't believe Chris has anything in his hand except an 8 combat. So this may end up being just a case of getting a little too aggressive with the attacking. I think I probably would have conceded there if I was Chris. The 2 multi comes through.
Let the 3 hit and then use the Zorro to block the brute force attack. You know that Andrew's deck is going to be throwing a lot more. Yep, there it is. A lot more energy. Oh, and that's
and he tries to play the 8. Unfortunately, he didn't realize that Robin Hood couldn't play the 8. And that's a sad state of affairs because that is going to take Robin Hood out. And that's just, Chris is most likely probably we've got a lot of new players coming into the game. Andrew's been back for 2 or 3 years. That is just one of those situations where you're going to remember making that mistake for the rest of your Overpower career and not do it again.
Absolutely. We've all done that, but it's going to make him stronger. He will not fall for that again.
Now, Chris has perfect information here. So I think if I'm Chris, I throw that 6 at Wicked Witch and I represent the KO and see if I can get, he already knew it was the 8. So he throws the 8.
Oh yeah, he revealed it to try to play it,
So he's going to get the 2 hits over on Leonidas. And now Chris has to run.
Absolutely.
He can't let the 11 get thrown and take out Leonidas. So rough battle for Chris. I think just the cadence of not running 1 attack sooner than when he needed to. The only saving grace is we did see at least 1 Robin Hood card go by. Hopefully, Chris isn't going to find himself bleeding discards the next hand. Andrew's in a position right now where he's got 4 in the top, so he can go 2 for the win. He has got a very good hand. So Chris is sitting on the...
You said 4 in the top. He can go 3 for the win.
3 for the win, yeah, sorry. So Chris is in a position where he did get 1 Robin Hood card, but he's got the Gemini to fetch a card. He's got his Any Hero Avoid. He's got his Any Hero Negate. He's got the 7 that lets him move one of those defeated to the completed if it hits. What looks to be a 3 multi and a big teamwork card. He's got a good hand.
Yeah.
Maybe we can go over to the hand cam for Andrew and see
Yep,
what he's got.
perfect.
It is that Sheriff of Nottingham 3 multi.
So what
Andrew
Chris
looks
is
to
looking to do now is Chris is going to want to place that any hero avoid on his round table, to ensure that 11 will not kill Leonidas. Billy the Kid comes up from a reserve, and now he can hold his any hero negate. And then right there, they're really kind of even. And Chris
Yeah.
can maybe dig himself out of a hole if he can avoid those Robin Hood negate duplicates.
All right, and we got so Andrew's got a great hand too, though. Andrew does have his any hero lockout. He's got his power leech. If Chris,
His Grim Reaper.
his grim, sorry, thank you. Andrew's got his Grim Reaper. Uh, we will probably do that because we are of the old guard and do say the old name for some of the cards.
Yes, that will not be the last time that happens.
So are they placing? It looks Andrew's kind of reaching over for his cards like he's not going to place. Now this is one of those times where it's not always a good thing for Chris not to place. So Andrew can go through this and not place. But if Andrew ends up running away, which Chris can't, he might be stranding a bunch of these cards in his hand. So this is a situation where, so he plays the 11. He snap goes to the negate. Interesting.
Mm. Well, I guess if Leonidas has an 8, so he's not worried about big bombs besides that 11. So yeah, maybe I would have used the avoid and held the negate. But
I like this play from Chris.
has
He's
other
got the
ideas.
7 energy. It's for the kill. Just get it out there. 7s are hard to, you're either going to get a. Oh, so he does have the transformation trickery.
Transformation trickery, yeah.
So transformation trickery is a card. Ooh, sorry, I've got to follow this. So the 7 hits. He has the avoid for the Grim Reaper. So he was not expecting that because he saw the negate go by. So he's chuckling now.
Yeah, so he flopped the nuts, as it were. He had all the defense he needed. He's still not out of the woods yet. But because transformation trickery really just means that any attacks can be shifted to any frontline character that Andrew chose.
It's just to the one he chose. So they
the one that
will
he chose.
all shift
So
to Sun Wukong.
Yeah, so any target that Chris chooses, it can be shifted to Sun Wukong, which is a very strong mechanic.
I think if I'm Chris at this point, I mean, I don't remember exactly what he's got in there, but I think he's got to use that Gemini. Right now, the Gemini in his hand is just a dead card. It represents something really powerful, but it doesn't become that thing till you play it. I really think he should be taking the turn right now, using the Gemini. Andrew's probably not going to remember every special that he's gone through his deck with, but he can pull something out that could possibly represent a defense to keep Leonidas alive, even if it's Shield Phalanx.
Yeah. Now, what would you get knowing what went by?
I can't remember everything that was played. Shield Phalanx is the thing at the top of my head, but it looks like this is going to be interesting. I don't know what's in Andrew's hand here, but he's just played a full teamwork string. The Leonidas full avoid was in there. Wow. That full teamwork string takes out Sun Wukong with the transformation trickery. He does have the lockout, though. Why wouldn't he play the any character lockout?
Very strange decision.
And he does not have the defense for Leonidas, so he fires right back. It might be maybe the way he built his deck is only a few cards in for Sun Wukong, and it's mostly an energy deck. I bet we see him use the lockout here, and he's more interested in keeping Wicked Witch alive.
For sure, yeah.
He reveals his hand. He says, oh, it's not the any hero void, it's the full heal.
Oh, that's devastating.
That's what it was. It looked a little off, so wow. Now, this has turned into a great game. If Chris had used that Gemini, gotten out the any hero avoid, and then thrown that teamwork string a turn later, I think he'd still have Leonidas on the front line, and that would have turned this into anybody's game.
And just like you had said before, Andrew wasn't going to place because he didn't want to give Chris any information because he was going for the win. But Chris still did have that option. And I bet right now, Chris wish he had placed a couple of those cards, especially that negate. Oh, no, he already used the negate, but...
So Chris is running quick draws, not surprisingly, and it's the same with Andrew's running I'll Make You Famous, is because Billy the Kid can throw those numerical attacks from the reserve. He did unfortunately have quite a few Leonidas cards. I saw the 8 go by, which is the one on top. So he is playing with only 5 cards to start. It looks like Andrew has placed one and still has 6 more in his hand. That's what is placed to Billy the Kid. I'll Make You Famous. If Billy gets the kill shot with that card, as you can see the text there on the side, if he actually is the one that kills a person, he can move any unventured mission to the victory pile. That can actually take a normal battle and swing it to make it a game-winning battle when you didn't bet for the win.
Well, so Andrew, what Andrew's doing now is he has 3 in the defeated, so he's likely just gonna build up he's got an extra guy on the front line. He's gonna have more placing slots. He's gonna place out and force Chris to run. He knows he's just gonna build up his I guess his stockpile.
His war chest, as Dave
His
likes
war
to call
chest.
it.
Thank you. Yep.
So Chris goes 1, Andrew goes 2. Now Andrew did get one of his big cards, which is the Wicked Witch card, which is the name I'm spacing it on. We call it Vertigo. It lets you shift all the hits around. Gather the Storm, I believe it's called. So that represents a battle where he's going to be able to move
Harness
the hits.
the wind. Yes.
Harness the winds. Thank you, Sean. So that's one where he's going to be able to move the hits to wherever he wants for the battle. And Chris's Any Hero Negate has gone by, so Andrew knows for an entire battle, he'll dictate the target of every attack once it's made. That's a really tough thing to get over because a lot of times you use that card to put a lot of damage on your opponent.
And Chris just
6
had to
duplicates.
get rid of 6 duplicates. That's the problem with running too many special cards. If your character dies, it's just gonna shoot you in the foot later. Unfortunately,
so with that many duplicates, I think, we're gonna see a bet 4 here for the win from Andrew. That is gonna give Chris 2 more cards to draw. One of them was a duplicate, the other one was a training card, and this is probably gonna be the end of it for Chris. Andrew, just with all those duplicates, he did exactly what an attrition deck does. He killed 2 characters. He generated a lot of unusable cards. Unfortunately, a little bit of variance gave Chris a dupe or 2. And he's just going to throw so much damage that he'll either kill Chris's guys or just be ahead of him on Venture.
Yeah, it's unlucky, but Chris did very well in the beginning by coming back and taking out Sun Wukong. But unfortunately, the deck just time was a factor. It was going to eventually crap out on him.
And not surprising, he's trying to decide if he's going to take the 8 multi or the Mina Harker negate. And he goes with the 8 multi for Wicked Witch, which I'm actually surprised about that. Maybe his idea is he does have the full negate still on the home base. Interestingly enough, he's playing Asclepion. We have not seen him heal a single hit yet this game.
That's correct. I think he did discard an Any Hero heal, and like we saw, he was unable to get the Sun Wukong heal off, so it's probably not the biggest focus of his deck, but I think he took the 8 multi because he's going for the win. He wants the Venture, and he already has a negate.
And I think that's fine. Is with the Harness the Wind, he's not at danger of anybody dying. Unless Chris was to attack, the initial attack would get shifted. He would then play a negate. He could negate the negate. And then he knows he's just gonna out card count him. I mean, as long as even if Chris was to have a second negate to try to negate the Harness the Wind twice, he'd be out of enough cards to generate the offense. So this last battle at this point is kind of getting to the point where it's a formality. Even if he loses the venture, Andrew at this point really isn't even playing for venture. He's just playing to absorb as many hits as he can and throw every single card back on offense to kill the guy.
Yeah, Chris does have some cards to play, but unfortunately, it's just not enough cards. Like you said, it's just a battle of attrition.
Now, one fun thing he can do here, which would be great, is he can actually shift the 5 to Billy, then play quick draw, fire the quick draw back at the other Billy the Kid, who could then quick draw back to the original Billy the Kid.
Sure, that
could
could happen.
We could get some crazy shenanigans here.
We do like shenanigans here.
All right, so the 5 hits, Andrew's doing exactly what we said. He's going to let everything hit, and he's just going to keep firing the damage back. It's a 3 ally. Chris takes it, and it's a 4 intellect. It's blocked with the 5, but we're assuming he declared this is from Wicked Witch, and we're most likely going to just see the 8 come through.
Yeah.
And if that hits, that's going to kill Zorro. And I think at this point, we should just be seeing the handshake here at this point.
Absolutely.
He doesn't have, with him dead and a training in his hand, he can't generate more venture, really, other than the 7. It's just the 5 can get negated. 10's the most he can do. So he knows the win is on the board. There's nothing left that he's going to be able to do for it.
Unfortunately, you're absolutely right. It's a formality at this point. Chris did well, clawing his way back, and his day's not over. Getting
absolutely
lost
not.
In the first round. There's
There's
it is.
The handshake.
They shook hands and
Chris definitely got beaten a little bit by variance. He placed great at the beginning. His first 2 battles were great. I think it's just a little bit of the inexperience of when to run away. And everybody has to develop that as they learn the game of Overpower. I think if he had run away that 1 battle, 1 attack sooner, every aspect of this game would have been different afterwards.
Absolutely. We'd be looking at a completely different board. But Chris can, breathe a sigh of relief. You got the first one out of the way. And if you lose the first round, historically, you will have a slightly easier rest of the day. So we're looking forward to seeing what Chris's deck can do with Robin Hood alive. And I'm sure we'll see Andrew. He's pretty much the man in Seattle. So we're definitely going to be seeing him again.
Yeah, absolutely. And what a great day. After all our predictions and talks, getting to see Sun Wukong and the Wicked Witch on a deck together, not anywhere on our radar. I'm glad to actually all 4 of those characters. Glad to see Mina Harker on a deck. I was really surprised we weren't seeing more of her. So, now question for you: did we see any events from either player?
There were no events. Oh, no events were played. Maybe they just didn't come up, but. All right, we'll mark the scoreboard. 1 Sun Wukong already.
Yeah, and that's great. I'd love to see Andrew do good. Andrew's the son of Overpower veteran from back in the day, Doug Taylor. Big advocate for us up here in this area. He's the one that made the connections with Zulus. And he's been just really came onto the scene with just a powerful presence, winning the biggest Overpower tournament from the new game we'd ever had. I think it was 42 players in the Battle of Boston last year with a completely unique deck, a Galactus deck. He kind of redefined the meta with his victory, so we're going to be looking to see how he does throughout the rest of the day.
Yeah, we'll definitely keep an eye on both of those players.
All right, guys, keep watching, though. I'm going to walk over and grab Andrew, and we're going to do a little post-game interview with him. So just all it's going to take is the time for me to walk in the other room.
Don't change that channel. We'll be right back.
double check.
I don't see any light or anything. Should I see a light?
Yeah, I think it's silver.
Oh, you didn't put the sneaky one.
There we go.
All right, guys, welcome. We are coming to you live from Zulu's Board Game Cafe in the fantastic Seattle, Washington. We just watched Andrew Taylor play his first match online. Andrew, you had a very interesting deck. We were super excited to see, not just see Sun Wukong, who we just talked about in the pregame show, but to see a split 8 grid with Wicked Witch and Mina Harker kind of supplying those two. Give us a little bit of insight on deck building. What made you gravitate toward that combination?
So I don't know. I really like the split 8 decks because I think people get too stuck in everyone has to have the same grid. All my guys need to play the same power cards. There are ways to do it with a backup guy where you don't really need to do that. And yeah, I think it's still very strong. There are the double shift combo between Wukong and Wicked Witch allows me a lot of extra defense and ability to keep people alive.
Awesome. Now, we did see, too, we were very excited to see Asclepion as your home base. I only saw the 1 per deck heal for Sun Wukong in the any character heal. How big of a factor is Asclepion in your deck, do you feel?
It's kind of medium. It's more like my opponent always has to be aware of it, and they're going to have to deal all my Mina offensive negates, and even Merlin can ping it and trigger that as well. So I actually believe I have 5 or 6 triggers in the whole deck. So it occasionally comes up. It's more just something they have to be aware of, and it gives me draw and a little more attack power and card advantage as well.
That's actually a great point I wasn't thinking of, and specifically in that game where you firsthand got your full negate placed, those Minas could have been used offensively to heal, and we weren't even thinking of that factor. So Super interesting deck. Question about the events that we didn't notice any events being played. Nope. So no events for this time. That's interesting.
I'm not trying to draw one off of my draw and attack, so I will never draw one since there's none in the deck.
Sorry, we're not running the mic properly. So
you're good. Yeah, I have no events because I never want to draw. I never want to draw one with my draw and attack mechanic.
That totally makes sense. So after playing one game, how much did you do to prep with this deck? Did you get a lot of practice in with it?
I've technically played 2 games with this deck before today, so not a whole bunch, but I very much like it, and I think I'm going to keep a little bit secret because it's still the first game, but I do have one mechanic in the deck. It has to do with duplication that my deck is far stronger than the average with as well.
All right, that's fantastic. All right, thanks very much, Andrew. It was a really fun game to watch.
Yeah.
And stay with us, guys. We're going to jump in and out and do interviews right until the next round starts. So hang out, and we'll have somebody else up here in just a minute. Awesome.
Nice, thanks, brother.
All right, everybody. We're bringing you more interviews now that we're set up for it. So you guys are all going to recognize we have Doug Sims here, co-host and founder of the Overpower Adventures podcast. How's it feel to be at a $10,000 first prize Overpower tournament?
Pretty exciting. This is awesome. Had pretty good turnout, and I can't wait to get deep into it.
How did your first round go for you, Doug?
I won. It was a tough game, but I pulled it out in the end.
Do you know who were you playing first round?
Zach O'Connell.
Awesome, fantastic.
Joan of Arc. Joan of Arc.
You're using it.
I'm using Joan of Arc.
Oh, fantastic.
Victory Harbin, Sherlock Holmes, and Watch It in Reserve.
That's fantastic. It's so funny, Ben, for us, we were having a lot of discussions before about how much the meta has been shifting. Pre-Peace Bridge in a mixed environment, everyone was going nuts about Zeus, and no one's been making a peep. And then going into this, we heard a lot about Hercules and Zorro, the obvious ones. But what's your feeling for the day? Who do you think we're going to see a lot of? What do you think the meta is on?
I'm expecting Hercules.
You think so?
Yeah, but I played Zorro in the first round.
Now, we saw Zorro in our first round, too. So Zorro, I think, still going to be a fan favorite.
Yeah, they got to be 1-2. Hercules and Zorro, 1-2. That's what I'm expecting.
Now, we were surprised that when we did the big playtest tournament for money, only one person played Hercules, which we were shocked about. We were worried he was going to be the only one anyone played. Have you seen a lot of Hercules walking around the room, or?
I have not had a chance to look to see what anyone's playing, so I don't know. I know Ohio, we brought my intellect deck, there's a strength deck, there's a combat deck, or a brute force deck, combat deck, and an energy deck came from Ohio. We spread it out. We got one of each. So we'll see what happens.
That's great to hear. You know, I was talking a lot about how this is probably the only tournament we're ever going to get to play in and commentate on where there's literally no meta established. Because everything after this will have some influence one way or another.
Yeah, the decks that are win are what you're going to see in Columbus. The decks that win this weekend will show up in Columbus. So we'll see how it goes.
And while we're here, let's give Columbus a plug. Tell them a little bit about the dates and what we're doing for both days.
All right, August 30th is the regional, and then August 31st will be the OP Cup. So you get to play Modern on Saturday and a mix on Sunday. We're super excited about it. It's going to be the biggest weekend we've had in forever.
Okay, we're doing announcements now, so we're going to cut this interview short. Thanks very much, Doug.
Thanks, Doug.
And we'll see you in the next round. You still there, Sean?
Oh, you know it.
Looks like we're getting close.
Joe Peters versus Charles H.
Well, let's jump into this match, Ronald. Guys, in this audience, keep letting us know if the audio is on our YouTube and other streams. So Joe Peters, are they already in the middle of a hand? Oh no, I see what's going on. Charles is running the event Gather Your Allies, so they both can look through their deck. They can both take ally cards and place them into an open universe card slot. So this is going to make for a really interesting game because they both were running 3 different universe cards. So now they both have their universe card slot placed out. Man, this would be a heck of a time for either player to have a discard all universe cards because they both currently have 6 universe cards placed.
I 100% thought the same thing. Juggernaut, Rays, who else has
even Angry Mob Industrial Age?
Oh, goodness.
Possibly Abraham Rosino and Eugene. So all right, so we're going into this. So obviously Charles is playing the Time Wars. We've got the John Carter of Mars set over on Joe Peters' side. Joe's placed a couple of big bombs. He's got the 8 multi. He's got the Protection of St. Michael. Over on Charles' side, he's got the Tarzan card. Only Tarzan and target character may attack. Now, he's done something interesting. He's playing it on Hercules, which is that's a clutch move right there.
Charles, he's real good. I never thought to do that. Maybe he just orientated his front line differently when he sat down.
Yeah,
so
clearly that's what happened. We're just teasing, but that Tarzan card.
It's
should
Tarzan.
be placed over here.
I believe that's Tarzan, Korak, Hercules. Is that correct? With Jane Porter in the back.
Jane Porter in the back.
And then Joe Peters has Witch, Joan of Arc, and Jane Porter up front. So he's going to be utilizing the Joan of Arc all-female team.
I just got a little bit of lag, so my screen's frozen. But are you still getting a moving picture here?
Yep, I've got a moving picture. They've they've placed out, and Joe Peters bet 1 and run. He discards his Hades and a 7 power card. Ooh, and Charles revealed he had so many. He had his Grim Reaper and a bunch of any heroes he couldn't place. So good play to Joe Peters.
Good. Sean, I'm having a little tech difficulty, so I'm going to rely on you for just a minute. I might have to reboot here for a second. Yeah. I'm going to just go on and off my internet for a sec.
Oof. Bad break to Joe Peters. He pretty much placed out and ran. And right off the bat, he drew his 2 dupe 8s. So if he runs the standard 3 8s that most people do when they deck build, he has his last one showing on hand 2.
All right. I'm not sure what's going on here, but...
Sorry?
I mean, I've disconnected from the internet, and it's still connected.
Well, Seattle's got different internet. There he goes. Charles realized he had placed that Tarzan to Hercules. All right. Everything is right. Oh, I lost. I lost my feed. Oh, it's back. Okay.
We might just be having a little...
Joe Peters has a very substantial placing advantage. He's at, if you don't count the teamwork in reserve, he's got 9 placed to Charles's 6 placed. So he goes 2. Charles goes 1, but he attacks the Wicked Witch. Follows the ally up with Korax 3.
Now, Sean, it looks like I missed a little bit. I see a Hades and a Power Leech in the discard pile.
Yeah, so Joe Peters ran the first hand with a 7 and a Hades, and Charles couldn't place a lot of his any heroes. So he when Joe ran pre-battle, he was able to avoid the sorry, we said Power Leech. It is the Grim Reaper. We did warn people that that would happen. So right off the bat, Charles fires with a 3. Joe decided to take it, and then he followed with a 3 from Korak that can only be defended with a combat icon. So right away, Wicked Witch, his only 8 ranker, has 2 colors.
All right. I have found a workaround here. So
He throws that second ally. This is for the kill. Joe had his lockout, so it's a great time to get it too. Now, what Charles is going to want to do is play from his hand. He's in a bad position placing wise, so he needs to play from his hand and try to get Joe to use some of those place cards.
now, what is that card? What's the energy hit? I'm not recognizing the art that's on Wicked Witch.
So that is Korak's 3 can only be defended by a card with a combat icon.
Oh, of course, of course.
And then he decides to hit Joan of Arc with the only her and Tarzan can attack, defend, or play specials this battle. Joan of Arc does have 3 cards placed to Tarzan's 1, but we don't know what's in Charles's hand. Now
Interestingly enough,
sorry,
I was going to say, I'm kind of surprised. That's a good enough card. I may have just tried to fire off that Joan of Arc card that would have got rid of it as it was placed and just not even have to worry about it. There is the card, I guess, for, there is a couple of other targets for that card, but he could have actually played the Joan of Arc card that's placed, the 1 per deck. I think it's Ethnologist, or it's called something like that, or Chief of the Wazari tribe. I forget the name of that one. But it gets rid of all cards placed in play with a remainder of battle or remainder of game effect. So it would have not only got rid of the Tarzan card, it would have gotten rid of the card in reserve as well, the same copy of the one on placed to his James. What? Sean, can you hear me? Did we lose Sean? I'm sorry, guys. I've lost my video feed and I can't hear anybody. I can hear you. Did we lose Sean? What's going on with the video? Is everybody lost the video too? This is so frustrating. Sorry, I can't because of the delay. That's what I'm saying. No, because I can't. commentate if I can't be on 2 Discords at once and I don't have a headset for my phone.
Correct.
It looks
Joe
like
went 4 for the win because of his placing advantage. And Charles's Hades is in this defeated heroes pile, which was really maybe the only saving card he could do. Now Charles does have his Cataclysm to lock out, so
interesting. So Joe's trying to get rid of that negate. Now Charles is trying to decide if he's going to use his lockout to avoid the discard a placed card. It looks like Joe's got a pretty commanding lead. He's got the, I believe that's the avoid discard a placed card. He's got the 8 half multi on Joan of Arc, an 8, a 6, a teamwork, an unplayable teamwork in the reserve, but he does have his negate. He's behind on Venture. He does have a whole handful of cards, though.
Yeah.
So.
And I think Charles chose right. Instead of avoiding that discard, you just negate it. You save the avoid for something like get Venture.
I think he's in a position where he can't risk losing an 8 and a 7 in Venture, or having to, like, you know, Joe might throw a 1 out of his hand for the kill after this, and like risking having to block it with 8. I think he's got to keep his Hercules alive. Joe goes big with the power leech, but it is going to get defended with the lockout. Keep Hercules alive. Will that be enough to turn this around? Joe's currently
Charles does have the 8 placed. He has a negate placed, so unless he can get teamwork pressure, Wicked Witch is not a lot of threat to her.
Right, so that's both the defensive cards for Korak. They are full team, I believe, 6 or lesses. And he got I missed the other card that he got, but he hit with Joe hit Charles with Professor Q Porter, and Charles had to sift through and get rid of the first 3 specials that came up. So those did go to the dead pile, and he is going to. Oh, he's got the shift up for Wicked Witch, is what you were saying. That's why he went for the win, because he can just put the hits wherever he needs to.
He really needed that Hades card, which was last hand.
Yeah, Hades is a really powerful one to get placed. You know, a lot of people don't think to place that. They kind of overlook it, but just being able to win a free hand when someone's going for the win is really good.
Yeah,
it's a new player.
Exactly. You're absolutely right. The power of Hades, it gets stronger as the game goes on, and I'm sure Charles didn't think Joe was going to be swinging 4 for the win, so he wanted to maybe play some of his main deck specials. But now I bet he wishes he'd had any other card, you know, in the dead pile and kept Hades.
So there it is. So Joe is playing an all-female team. This is very similar to a deck Dave McMillan played. So he attacked with the 6 and combined it by also playing early feminist leader at the same time. And that made it an 8 attack, so that Hercules couldn't defend it with the 7. Joe's just doing a little bit of math here. He decides that 7 is the card to negate before it crosses the astral plane. Takes out Korak with the 8 half multi, and that's the handshake.
And there's the handshake. Yeah,
Charles, guys, we missed a good chunk of this game because of some technical difficulties, but it was very interesting seeing an all-female character deck really leaning on the Joan of Arc card. That was very cool to see.
Yeah, Joan of Arc's very powerful. One of the first people to stand out in the game. Really for Charles, if he watches this back, you know, when your opponent places, you gotta place. You gotta keep pace. That was just him getting the chip lead and leaning on Charles.
Yeah, that's you know, I didn't get to see a lot of it, but generally that's the biggest skill gap between new players and old players. You know, people always say they have a hard time figuring out how to venture, but I really think figuring out how to place properly is the biggest skill gap in the game.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right. Well, Ronald came and our booth guy Ronald did some tech savvy stuff for me, so I should be good for the rest of the day. And let's go pull Joe Peters out and try to do a little interview. You can
Two
hear
Joes in the
Ronald too
booth.
setting up that interview. So I'll see you guys in just a minute. Oh, it shouldn't be. I mean, you guys. How many people are coming in? All right, we are coming to you guys live from the second round of the first Overpower Pro Tour Regional. You can see the game still going on behind us. Our feature match has just ended, and I've got here Joe Peters, who won that match. So, Joe, I missed a little bit of the game because I was having a little bit of technical difficulty, but tell us a little bit about your team. It looks like you're using Joan of Arc in all female characters.
Yep.
So are you kind of leaning heavily on early feminist leader? How much of that is integral to what your deck is doing?
Pretty integral to the deck. Like when you get that card, you know, most of the deck is significantly more powerful. It makes it very hard for your opponents to block attacks. In that game, it only came up at the very end, but even at the very end, it still was helpful.
And it looked like the last hand there, you had bet 4 for the win. Now, was that mostly based on having that, or what do you think was more relevant, the harness the wind or the early feminist leader?
It's the harness the wind.
Yeah.
Anytime this deck gets the harness the wind hand, we just have to bet as big as I think I can.
Now, I noticed early, so he had the Tarzan card where only Tarzan and one character can attack. He also had his ethno-archaeology placed on the back. You had your ethno-archaeology placed on Joan of Arc. Were you tempted at all to just play that and wipe both of those cards out?
I was. So I thought about it long and hard, and then knew I needed to save it for the Korax team-wide defense.
Is that what ended up happening? I did miss that.
Yeah,
so, okay.
I saved it for the team-wide defense, maybe the hand after.
Okay, awesome. So that's interesting to know.
Yeah.
And so did it get the Joan of Arc card also when at that point? Was Joan of Arc, the Jane Porter copy of it?
Yep.
Very cool, very cool.
Got 2 for 1 out of that.
So you're 2-0 right now in the day.
Yep.
All right. How are you feeling about the rest of your day? Is your deck firing?
Good. Yeah, it's feeling really good.
And how much I was asking Andrew this, how much did you get to practice with this deck before you came here today?
I probably played 20 games with it, so quite a lot.
That's pretty good.
Yeah, quite
Andrew
a lot.
said he'd only played 2 with his deck, so.
Yeah, well, it certainly helps to have repetitions with the deck to be familiar with it.
Well, Joe, we were talking about your decks going into this game. You always build really interesting decks, so we're very excited. We're going to see what you do for the rest of the day.
Yeah, thank you very
Awesome.
much. Yeah.
All right, guys, we're still going with round 2, but we'll jump in and out with some interviews.
All right.
Give me 1 second.
Are you playing too? No, right?
No, I'm doing the commentary.
Okay, cool. All right.
All right. Good? Levels are good?
Okay.
Tell us when. Oh, hi everybody, we're live. We are still at the end of round 2. Last hand's been called. We're about to pair, but with us we have Felipe. How's it going?
I'm going well. Thank you so much for having me.
I think you generally win the award for these events for the farthest traveled. So where did you come up here from?
I came here from Brazil.
Yeah, where in Brazil?
São Paulo, Brazil. And I think there should be a rule that says whoever comes the furthest should get like a completed mission.
Yeah, first
start
round
one.
bye.
Yeah,
Just
something
a win
like
for
that.
the first round. I agree. Now we're hearing online you've got a pretty good following of people that are watching you. So how's your day going so far?
Yeah, it's been great. I'd say it's more like a brethren, a community. We're all watching me play and all rooting for me. So it's been great. And they keep texting me before matches, asking how it goes. They're watching the
What's your
live
record
stuff.
right now?
2-0.
2-0,
Yeah.
awesome. So it's going great.
Yeah.
So you're representing.
Yeah.
For those of you who are in our Kickstarter, you might have recognized the redhead from the comic, The Few and the Cursed, on a 7 combat power card. We definitely don't plan on that being the only time you ever see that character.
Yeah.
But why don't you have a new issue coming out, right?
I do have a new issue. We just, we're wrapping up issue number 11.
Well, hold on 1 second.
Yep. All right.
All right. So sorry, you said you have a new issue coming out?
We're wrapping up issue number 11, and we just kickstarted number 12, which
Nice.
is going to be using the post-concession attack. Using the post-concession attack.
Now, do you feel that it's that the cost is too low or that people aren't used to playing against it? Because I felt like for myself as a player, when I first played against it, I was losing guys. And then once I got used to it, I was very wary of like, normally I can throw this attack, but I just have to make sure I have a block in my hand.
Okay. Well, it costs, I think it costs right. The cost is all right. You know, I said it costs a little because it does win games.
Yeah.
But I think I use it because I think it helps me with an aspect of my game, which I have a little bit of trouble with, which is venturing.
Okay.
So sometimes I venture too much or too little, and then the location helps because if
they run away, you still get that attack.
Exactly.
That's a great point.
It helps.
Well, that'll be great to see. I haven't seen very much of that. None of the 2 rounds that we've done commentary didn't use it. So we might be pulling you up since you're 2-0, and maybe we'll get you to play on camera next round.
Sounds good. Hopefully I'll do good. I'll do great.
Thanks for being with us today, and let's say shout out to everybody in Sao Paulo.
Yeah. Falou, galera. Estamos aqui representando. Vai, Brasil.
Awesome. Thanks very much.
Thank you, man. Appreciate it. They are watching. Diligent.
Hi, everybody. We're just going to let anybody know that's who's listening now. We are going to be on lunch break for about 30 minutes here. Do we have a back in time? How long ago did
5
you call?
o'clock.
A couple minutes. So about 10 minutes ago, so probably around 1:50, we're going to be back for the next round. And we will see everybody then.
Cool in the gang.
Ron, this is a good thing. Next time we should have a lunch graphic for when we're on. live? I haven't.
We are live. We've got Felipe's running the land that time forgot. That's the first time we're seeing that today.
Yeah, we got to do a little bit of interview with him ahead of time. So interesting. We have seen a lot of Zorro today. I think I've seen the most Zorro in the event today than anything else. So
Well,
that's
we've got a
pretty
Zorro
interesting.
on Zorro deck, so it makes sense. They're
I'm really
both
excited to
running.
see.
Sorry,
I
they're
was going to
both
say I'm really excited
running
to see.
Watson, but only Theo is using the 22 Baker Street for the venture bonus.
Yeah, they're both the Zorro, both Watson, which is interesting. I'm really interested to see Theo's 21 Baker Street deck because all those characters have spy cards. Because don't forget, Zorro's 4, his ancestral rapier,
Absolutely.
also lets him look at cards on the top of the deck and he'll be able to discard them too. So the big thing is going to just be, I was interviewing Felipe and saying a big struggle with the land that time forgot is just getting used to making sure you have the block in your hand. So it'll be interesting to see how Theo does against this.
And
So we're getting
Felipe
started on
is.
hand 1.
We're gonna have to have Theo back his guys up so there will be room in the astral plane.
I think that'll take care of itself as they start to play. So it
But
looks like
Theo
Felipe's going
Theo does
first.
have a double negate deck. So yeah, as long as he holds a block in his hand for the power card, he should be in a good spot.
So we're going to get to go on some placing here. There's a teamwork coming down. I just see an entire screen of flags now, Ronald.
Flags now, Ronald.
Not worry about this. Just big flags. There we go. So Felipe's got he's got the 3 quick strokes, which is really powerful. It looks like he's got the ethnoarchaeology on Joan of Arc, as well as he's got the full of void on Leonidas. Looks like Theo just drew a handful of teamwork
bombs.
cards,
Yeah, he's got 3 1 decks. He's got them all placed. Unfortunately, Theo has 3 teamworks. So
yeah,
and we can see in his hand he can only follow up 2 of those. So that's definitely going to affect the way Felipe ventures.
He does have the Gemini, which is a tough card to get in the first hand because you have to play something and then take the time to get it back. And he really didn't. The best thing he'll be able to do is get a teamwork back. So that's not really gonna. That's always a really unfortunate time to get the Gemini if you're not playing the round table because it's generally not as good on the first hand.
Yeah, and since he would only be able to get a teamwork and not a power card, he's actually in a even worse position. So
they both play
it looks
6
like
cards.
He has. It looks like Theo has disorient, the avoid a teamwork. But since Felipe has so many bombs and only 1 teamwork showing, Felipe could really just lead with anything. So maybe Theo doesn't even want to dance.
So Theo takes the time to look at it. There is an 8 any power on top of his deck. He doesn't have a way to draw that card. Felipe only went 2, but he does know he has it coming up next. So it looks like Theo's just going to take a look at that 8, and he's going to decide to run away. Felipe had the promo card from the Kickstarter, the 7 belonging to the Redhead from his own comic. Felipe writes and illustrates. Or no, he doesn't illustrate, but he's the creator and writer of a comic called The Few and the Cursed. It's a very good book. It's a alternative Western where these demonic forces get loose and start to dry up all the water on the planet, and then she's one of the people who tries to fight against that. All right. Theo's got some of his spying stuff's going to start. He definitely has the look at all special, or the choice of look at all something from Merlin. He's got an 8 any power, a 7, a 3. He's got the 5 energy that if it hits, the opponent has to reveal their hand. And I think he's got the negate for Sherlock as well. So he's going to dupe on that 3 because of the placed one. He can look through Felipe's deck and take any card out and get rid of it. Now, Felipe did get the 7 for Doc Watson, which isn't going to be a useful card. It's in the back, it's not playable. He's got his copy of the Gemini. You'll notice it's the old promo version of it with the
Yeah.
demon and the angel.
And he also has a lockout. So, he's going to continue to push forward knowing he has his prime defense in his hand. Lockout being his cataclysm. Avoid
The
one
fairy
attack.
protection, absolutely. Both players definitely playing pretty well here. They're making sure they got plenty of place cards. So the negate is the offensive only negate from Sherlock. Still a great card. It can peel a hit off somebody after or deal with any big static effect that Felipe may put in play here. Theo is also, he can't, he could place it if he wants to. It does look like he's got Master of Escape in his hand. And sort of like we were talking about with the previous match and Fortress of Solitude, I like to get that Master of Escape placed right away. And this is a perfect example of where they're going to fight it out. They're both going to go 2. If this was a next hand and he hadn't saved it, he's going to be wishing he had it if he loses. That basically reduces everybody's venture to only 1. Felipe opens with a teamwork card.
Since it is on suit combat, maybe Theo is thinking maybe he'll block it and get rid of some of the placing cards. Not block it and then try to get ahead on placing.
So he lets it hit, it looks like. Felipe follows up with a 3 brute force. Now remember, the tough spot that he's in is he's got all this offensive heat in his hand, but Zorro can't play the 7 energy to defend himself with. So other than the 8 any power, he doesn't have any defense for Zorro. And sometimes you have to recognize that and decide if that's your strategy or not. Are you going to try to, he went 2, so clearly he was planning to fight. But a 4 and a 3 got through, and now Zorro is 1 icon away from death. And don't forget, if he doesn't concede right now, if Felipe has 2 kill shots, he can throw 1, force him to use the 8, and then a power card just goes through with the home base. And this is what we're talking about with why Land That Time Forgot is so tough to deal with, because you have to plan 2 blocks ahead sometimes. Really, Theo kind of needs to run here, even though he doesn't want to give up those 2, and just have the 8 to defend the power card that Felipe can use the home base to throw. If I was Theo and I wanted to stay in, I would play Merlin's spying card, and I would call power card and get rid of the power card in his hand.
Try to make sure that those teamworks placed are unplayable.
Yeah. But he's got the 8 power card on Zorro, so he can throw the intellect one no matter what.
Which is a kill
shot. So he
shot.
is going to play it. And now let's see what's revealed. Man, it is really fun watching this game when people are using different home bases now, too.
Now he's going to read it. New players, you can always all cards should. He said
called
special. Well,
I think
clearly you're going to get rid of the void.
There. He's got the Jane Porter 7. He looks like he's got the Jane Porter avoid opponent discard a card, which just makes that a dead card. So if he gets rid of the lockout, he now knows he can just gun for Leonidas, and the only defense is Leonidas' avoid. The Applesoft. Oh, he got rid of the 7 energy for Jane. Interesting.
He must be worried about the spectrum.
So the only thing he's got to defend him, this is the 8, and then we know the follow up is the 8 brute force. The 8 combat. Felipe, choosing to spread out the spectrum, I'll honestly say
Yeah.
I see a lot of veteran players making this call. I don't think it's the right call anymore. I think with the way the game
Yeah.
works now, you got to go for the cumulative a lot more often than people are used to, and I think you
Especially
just
when
have to.
he's got sevens placed. So that 8 on Zoro, any one of your next attacks will be a kill.
I mean, and also think he's got 3 quick strokes placed. If he gets that
Yeah.
8 there, it's going to make it way easier for 3 quick strokes to get up to the 15 mark. All right, Jane Porter's going to throw her post concession 2, and even though it is just a 2, that is all it's going to take out Zorro. Interesting, aggressive deck from Felipe. A lot of ways to attack after the opponent concedes.
See, now I think if I were Theo, after losing Zoro, I might punch 1 or 2 times.
I totally agree. I mean, I think I would have immediately thrown the 5 energy at Jane. He knows, or sorry, at Leonidas. He knows Leonidas can't defend it except by locking himself out or using the full avoid. And then he doesn't really have much offensive pressure to fire back with. Or to use
Well,
the Sherlock Holmes card and just get 2 cards
yes,
out of his deck for later.
perfect. Plan for the future. He has a pretty good play. He's got a little bit of a placing advantage.
Oh, wow.
Absolutely.
He duped a negate and had 3 cards belonging to Zorro. So
Oh my
he's got a
goodness.
pretty rough that was a pretty rough turn of events right there.
That's it. Uphill battle for Theo. You hate to see that, especially in hand 2.
Well, it's these aggression decks are a lot more of a strategy than they used to be. The old game, the whole team defense was so oppressive. It really wasn't a viable strategy for a long time to run an aggro kill deck. But now people are playing a lot more specials for their characters, and these really aggressive decks, they just get the attrition going really fast. So Felipe is managing to place out. He's maintaining a little bit of a lead here. Placing wise, they're both at 8 cards.
Yeah, there goes Theo's placing advantage, and now just hoping that he's not gonna draw any Zoros to try to stay in this fight.
Well, I mean, he drew pretty much all his Zoros this hand, so. I'm very confused what Felipe just did. He had 2 in the bottom that he just bet.
No, he pulls them to the bottom. He pulls them off the middle when he ventures them so he can count them.
Okay, so he's going 3 for the win here. He was going to go 2. I didn't realize he was in a position to win, so this is going to be a rough. This is probably not going to go the way that Theo's hoping it goes, but we never know. Theo's got a lockout. He's definitely got some options. I think those any power teamworks in this specific case are going to be very strong right now. And this is a perfect example of where that Master of Escape card, if Zorro was still alive, would be amazing.
Absolutely. So what Theo needs to do now is he needs to start sucking in these low hits. He can't protect Watson, so he's going to need to play that Watson card, and hopefully he can pull something of value out of Felipe's hand. But again, he is definitely behind the 8 ball.
For sure. And I think this is one of those situations too. Like, he used the lockout on a 6 any power that wasn't for the kill. You kind of knew he was going to throw the 8 with that string because
Yeah.
it was the only time he was going to get the bonus. I think I let the 6 hit, I let the 3 hit, I lock out the 8, and then maybe that gives me a chance to come back with only 9 venture on the board.
especially when they're going for the win. The main concern is the score on the board. So he uses the Watson card. He got rid of a Zorro and the any character shift. Well, he revealed
So
them.
he's
He
got to
didn't cheat.
decide what's to get rid of. And again, I think you got to get rid of the Zorro. You just have to
You
go
have
for
to.
venture. You're not winning. He's not going to concede by losing characters here. He makes the what I believe is the right call.
He did, however, place the 5 multi on Sherlock, so he will not be able to follow up the his power cards need to be switched positions, and then he would be able to follow up both of his teamworks. He really strands
This
a
is a
lot
rough
of
thing
venture he
to
needs.
definitely does, and losing Watson right there, he loses his 2
+2.
extra
Yeah, it's
2 from the Baker Street and Heron. So he's down quite a bit of venture at this point.
yeah. Felipe didn't come
Down.
all the way from Brazil to not play hard, so we're seeing that right now. He used
Yeah,
the
I don't think I like that play either. I mean, I get that he might be nervous he's going to lose Merlin, but I think you see the 7 for Zorro right there on the board. I think you save the negate for the highest venture card. We got to
yeah,
remember too.
plus
Some of these guys are newer players.
yeah.
Theo. I haven't seen Theo before. I bet he's probably just getting back into the game, and he is playing. I will really compliment his placing. He's managed to keep the placing advantage, which is what's keeping him in the game. I think it's just a difference of like taking a block or really thinking about every possible point of venture you can milk out of a certain situation.
Mm. And plus, we saw the 8 follow up the teamwork. So, what combat cards will Zorro be able to throw after that 3? That negate probably could have been used a little stronger. Okay, he used his avoid
Felipe
to get rid of
does.
the any hero 7. So, Theo
I
knows.
think that's just a oh. It always shuts
Well,
it down when you say that. So what's he? He's saying intellect. He knows Theo's out of cards, and that's gonna put the game away. I think Theo's gonna be putting the hand out here for the handshake, and that's a relatively quick round 3.
yeah.
I don't really think Theo made what I would call misplays. I think he just
Mm.
needs to prioritize. When
Yeah.
when you see a hand where you're going to lose a main character, you got to run. I mean, even if he put Felipe in the position to go for the win right there, if he had
Yeah,
done so,
having 3
Zorro
Zorro
that
cards would have been much better. Yeah. He could have
absolutely.
also the placed 3 that he had on Merlin could not follow up Sherlock's teamwork. So using that 3 to block 3 quick strokes probably would have been a better play. Hindsight being 2020, he would have been able to then negate the Grim Reaper. But Felipe played a strong match.
And Felipe's been he was telling me about the deck. He's been doing some practice with the other Brazilians on this, so he's ready to lean into the offensive part of it. And I will say again, to toot our own horn here, how cool is it to see so many different strategies and different things people are bringing to the table here?
Absolutely. It's great. We see, I mean, Zorro and Leonidas are a very common pair, but he put 2 16 threat characters on his team so he would able to put the Land That Time Forgot, which is a very expensive 3-cost home base. We didn't actually see it come into play this round, but you're definitely going to see it come up later.
And remind me again, who was Felipe's reserve?
Holmes.
Watson.
I mean, sorry, Watson.
Watson. Yeah, that's true. I didn't quite realize that he definitely used 2 16-pointers just to get that extra juice. So
Jane on the front line is no joke. People are starting to wake up to her.
yeah, Jane is very strong. She's a very strong 16-point character.
She's easily the strongest 16-pointer in the game.
All right, everybody. That is our round 3 coverage. Hang out with us. At some point, we're going to do an interview here. We probably won't grab Felipe since we just talked to him between rounds, but at some point in between rounds here, we will grab someone else and bring you a little insight from the floor of what's going on at this tournament.
Maybe talk to Theo about where he went wrong, or. But anyway, best of luck to both players, and I'm sure we'll be seeing more of them later.
All right, guys, that's the end of round 3. 4 more rounds, and we will reveal our top 8 at the first Overpower Regional. Again, Zulu Board Game Cafe. There are multiple of them around Seattle. We are at the Lynnwood location. Gorgeous location, root beer floats on tap, great gluten-free pizza, an awesome gaming venue. If you guys are in the Seattle area for business, for pleasure, stop by at one of the Zulus. We've been to all their locations for different events, and it is really the way to do it. It's a top-tier gaming store. We'll talk to you soon. We'll see you in the next round. How is everybody doing? We should be back live now, coming to you from the Pacific Northwest, Seattle, Washington, Overpower Regional, and we're going to take a look at some of the we're going to take a look at the standings real quick. Ronald's going to throw them up on the screen here. Wow, so exciting. We have currently well, not all of these have been put in yet, clearly, because we only have a few people here with their third round reported. It looks like it's getting updated in real time here. So Thomas K, I don't know Thomas. He's one of the Seattle players, I believe. So he and Doug are both 3-0. We've got the Prodigy. I don't know who that is. Is that Andrew Taylor? I'm not sure. Felipe is... Yep. So Andrew and his father both undefeated. That's great to see. Bill Miller, you know, the kind of legacy champion, so to speak, is not giving anything up here. He is 3-0. But I love seeing Felipe, a player who was just getting back into the game not even a year ago. Played a lot from the past, but he's been practicing a ton. We got to see him on camera last round. He is using the Land That Time Forgot home base and is cleaning up. So we currently have 5 undefeated players.
Yeah, seems to be really working for him. I do know. Well, who did Andrew Taylor play? Wicked Witch and Wukong.
He's doing a Wicked Witch Wukong deck. Felipe's doing a what was
Zoro
Felipe playing?
Leonidas.
Zoro Leonidas. I think Phil Miller's also playing a Leonidas deck, but I have no idea who Doug or Thomas are playing. Doug was actually feeling really unsure about his deck at the beginning. He won round 1. I think it was a really close game, and he was saying to me, I don't know if this deck's going to hold up, but and then we've
So
got a
far,
lot
so
of
good.
if we scroll down a little bit, so I believe Tisha is a brand new player who's only been playing the game for weeks, not even months, just weeks. And so it's cool seeing her at the top of the 2-in-1s, but we saw some of the regulars. Sure. Joe Peters is 2-in-1. Jessica Sims, who is a relatively new player, but is the daughter of Doug Sims, so gets a lot of practice. She's doing really well. Marcel is 2-in-1. Yeah. This is great. Very exciting. Very exciting. So we're going to have one of the undefeated matches on camera. We do not know who it is just yet. Look at those pulsating zombies ready to come in. All right, so we've got Andrew Taylor back on the board, and we've got, Phil's taking a page out of my book. The first Deja Thoris we've seen on the front line. Phil's doing a little Leonidas, a little Zoro, a Deja Thoris on the front line, and both rocking Billy the Kid again. Very surprised. Hadn't seen much Billy the Kid in reserve, and very surprised to see him. It really makes sense on Phil's deck, obviously, as a combat deck. It's one of the best combat characters in reserve.
Yeah, for the price, absolutely. A lot of people will go Watson if they need to trim points, but he's very good from reserve.
Yeah, it's going to be really it's going to be interesting to see how Phil Miller's classic play plays in this modern environment. I don't think he has had a lot of time to do the play test originally. And we know Andrew Taylor and his group's really been drilling. So it's going to be interesting to see what strategies these two bring.
Well, normally Phil likes to play a heavily defensive deck, and you've got a full team of voids for Leonidas and Deja Thoris with their 1 per decks. You've got Zoro's 5 that can be used defensively for everybody. So he does have some full team defense. So look for him to place heavy and build up that shell. Really try to overwhelm Andrew.
Now, Phil Miller's definitely playing kind of a traditional deck here. It'll be interesting to see if... I think Phil's biggest weakness is going to be his unfamiliarity with the entire card pool as a whole. So it'll be interesting to see how well he's learned it, because like I said, I know he hadn't done as much Modern. Andrew gets Transformation Trickery out right off the bat, so Andrew's going to be really comfortable with that. He's going to be really comfortable with that. So Andrew goes 2, Phil goes 1, and Phil right off the bat is just going to use his Fortress of Solitude, reset the Venture, and take it to the next hand. They both have 6 cards, so it's going to kind of be a little bit of an idea of who does the best with the variants here.
Well, Phil had to. He had a duplicate. He was behind, and with Transformation Trickery showing on the board, he's really hoping that some of those power cards Andrew placed are going to dupe.
It doesn't look like he's going to get very much out of it, though. It looks like he's got a 7. Phil's going to have an event. This one's not going to impact him too much, but Phil is playing intellect cards don't count to venture, cards with an intelligence icon. That's going to hit the 2 multi-Isis in Andrew's hand, but I think that's about it. Phil, unfortunately, is gonna hit some variants. He's going to dupe on a 5 and a 3. So all of the 5s on Phil's deck have been used up.
Correct. Yeah, that's he definitely got dinged harder on his own event, which you hate to see building your decks.
He does have a negate in hand, so it will be interesting to see what he prioritizes for the negate. Clearly, Transformation Trickery is a very good card, and it is defensive. So we'll see if Phil's going to try to use that Transformation Trickery, the negate, to get rid of the Transformation Trickery, or if he's going to try to save it for something, bigger and more offensive and throw the 8 back. We haven't seen a lot of people get aggressive with the 300 card off Leonidas, but it is another offensive 8 that Leonidas has, and that's one of his most powerful abilities.
Yeah, Phil's probably thinking that he's going to save the negate for defense. Transformation Trickery, of course, is a must negate card, but Phil's deck is very defensive, so maybe he thinks that he can just slug it out for one round. That's what I would think is defensively negate, keep the pressure on Andrew. Yeah, for one round, he can shift things around, but he's got the defense showing.
What would you think if I'm in Phil's position? There's a part of me that would be thinking I play the 8 offensively, throw it at Wicked Witch, hopefully he blocks it, and then I just get it back with the Gemini that I've placed on my round table. Because he doesn't have a lot of other good targets for the Gemini.
Well, we saw that he's targeting Deja Thor, so maybe he's just gonna throw the 8 and maybe hold off and wait for Deja's Avoid or Leonidas's Avoid. That's probably more value if Leonidas isn't the target than the 8. But then again, he doesn't have access to either now, so. Looks like Phil ran, and he
it looks like
a Grim Reaper. So good heads up.
Well, it looks like he took that big teamwork string, and Deja Thoris is painted up pretty bad right off that first hand. So Andrew's got to be pretty happy about that.
Well, Phil did draw the Avoid Teamwork, so he might be able to buy himself one turn, but yeah, he needs to find some defense in his deck, or he's gonna lose Deja real quick. That's the trouble with playing 6 rankers. You get to trim some points off, but they become a target.
All right, so we've got some more placing going on back and forth. And these guys are really both experts at placing and making sure they're not losing that placing advantage.
Yeah, these are 2 top tier players. You're not going to see a lot of placing mistakes.
And it's really top tier at making sure they're not using up their placed cards.
Oh, correct. You place and you play from your hand. So I did see that Andrew has his lockout, so he's going to keep betting aggressively. He's got initiative, Deja's painted, and he's got the answer just in case Phil's able to fire back with a bomb. So yeah, look for Andrew to keep the pressure on Phil.
I think Phil's focus right here is, it's a little not intuitive. I think Phil's got to be focusing on teamwork and power card attacks. The thing we noticed about Andrew's deck, it's sneaky good at negating a lot of the defense. He's got the Merlin negate, he's got the negates off Mina, and he does have that ability to also... Oh, that's such a great play. So Andrew fires off right away, gets rid of the only negate that's available to Phil with a discard a placed card, and now Phil's looking at the board knowing he has nothing to defend against the Transformation Trickery anymore. Phil does look to have his draw 3 in his hand, so Phil's not playing the lockout.
So I would definitely play play some of these Deja cards. Hopefully Andrew leads with a teamwork, and he can use his...
Andrew has the confusion also, though, so he just slowed down Phil's teamwork. Phil's got a good deck. He's definitely... We haven't seen a lot of people running the double draw 3. It's a little more of a traditional. It's a
Yeah.
little more of a traditional strategy, but
So he played a teamwork in hand, and I do believe he does have the confusion. So he was able to get rid of a placed card off of Deja and try to, yeah, he should definitely be draw threeing and trying to get some premier defense to keep her alive.
and that's what we're going to see him do. So Phil's going to fire off his draw 3. Sean, I've moved positions just for noise. I don't sound too echoey, do I?
Not at all. I can't hear anything. Well, other than you.
And Andrew is going to reveal his hand.
To
What a
he negated
brutal
it.
hand he's got. So he takes out Deja Thoris. He gets the 8 venture. He negates the draw 3. And Phil is staring down the barrel of a transformation trickery that can move every hit to Sun Wukong. And then the heal card where Andrew can simply take all those hits off after.
Yeah, you gotta hate that. He knew that showing you these bombs is not gonna stop these bombs. I'm gonna negate your 1 per deck, draw 3, your Cataclysm. You get no reprieve, and sure, having that information does not stop these cards.
And funny enough, I find that punishment is usually devastating. Revealing your hand is an extremely harsh punishment normally for this. And
No, absolutely.
Andrew
You would only give that information in the extreme circumstances, and Andrew knows. Yeah, knowing what's coming is not going to stop what's coming. So great heads up play by Andrew.
I think we're definitely seeing, we're just really seeing Andrew, no question, is becoming one of the premier players in this game. You know, he's just showing that he can sit at the table and compete with anybody that was playing the game before he was born, probably. And he's going to be able to hang with him.
It just shows you, like, he has put the time in at the table. He has a very a deep understanding of the game, and you know, you put your time in, and you can hang with any veteran, even as good as Phil is.
And Phil lost Deja Thoris. He has to block a 2 multi with a 7. That is pretty much going to give Andrew all the information he needs that I can just be aggressive here.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, Andrew's credit. He's firing on all cylinders. He's making Phil make tough decisions. Unfortunately, Phil's defense that we were talking about just hasn't shown up yet. So hopefully he can mitigate some of the damage and turn it around. But
now Phil may try to go the other direction here. Phil may try to say, well, I lost Deja, kind of like we talked about in the last match. He's got a Gemini. He's got to he's throwing the Power Leech. I don't know what he's calling, but the most he's going to get is 1 card from it. So not what you want to see have happen with your Power Leech in your hand. And Phil's got to be frustrated to have been sitting across from just so much defense. But Phil may actually get him to concede here. Andrew just doesn't have the offensive heat now, and he doesn't probably want to take. Andrew probably doesn't want to take a bunch of combat hits and a multi, or the 8 and the 4, and then get set up for 3 quick strokes.
Yeah, absolutely.
I don't know what the Gemini targets are. Do you? What are the big things he could be trying to get with the Gemini?
I would think that Phil is going to save that Gemini for pure value. So he just he played Transformation Trickery. He doesn't know what's in his hand, but he knows that he can absorb a bunch of hits. And
I got to ask you here, Sean. So right now, look at the board. Do you fire off the heal right now or not?
Oh no. Absolutely not. You could shift to him and avoid, and then you'd fire off the heal.
Sure, but what if Phil just concedes here and leaves him with 2 guys that are like super beat up, and then gets away from his chance to use the heal?
And then he's gonna heal right now.
Yeah. See, if I was Phil, unless Phil probably, just in case this game goes long, he probably wanted to get the 6 to shuffle back into his deck. That's probably his biggest priority is He didn't want to get in a situation where he loses that 6, which can keep coming back over and over again. So Phil's got an interesting choice here. He's got a Gemini. He's got 1 card in hand. He can't really go for anyone because it's just going to shift it over to Sun Wukong if it's a kill shot like this. I hope Andrew knows that rule and understands that he can shift underneath the lockout.
Yeah, that is not a kill shot either, but I believe though.
Oh,
It's
you're
just
right. You
it's
were right.
2 colors.
So he's probably deciding if he's going to keep it all on the Wicked Witch. He's seen the 4. He's seen the discard the placed card. I haven't seen a lot of other cards. He's basically playing the Vertigo and the 8.
Yeah. So.
Oh, he can't attack her because of he has to put it somewhere else because the 4 was successful. Good for Andrew for taking the time to really reevaluate the board before he made a call, and that wasn't good. Maybe the booth can pop up what's the hand cam show with Phil? I'd love to see what that other card is. Once Phil takes this, I'd love to see what the 2 cards and Phil's hand when he brings up the hands.
We'd love to see what he pulls from Gemini and also what he has
there we go.
currently in his hand.
So looks like Phil's got a couple of cards he's going to concede with.
Okay. All right. Well, he just was unable to get anything.
Brutal game. Deja Thoris goes down. Andrew comes out of that with a commanding venture lead. 2 hits on Wicked Witch for the death, no dead characters, a placed heal card on Asclepion that can remove that double hit and leave him with just combat in a brute force hit on 2 different characters. Andrew has not put this game. Look, we've seen Phil. If there's a character that comes back, if there's a player who can come back more in any game, I've never seen a player able to come back. Yeah, Phil Miller is the comeback king.
He is the comeback king. I've seen so many. You can't count him out. Even in situations like this where he's definitely way behind. But
But that said, he is way behind.
But that is true. He is way behind. We're getting a little focus problems, Ronald. With we're focusing on their hand and not the cards.
Phil unfortunately had to drop both his draw 3 and his full avoid.
Yeah, so if that draw 3 that he was going for from Andrew possibly could have given him enough to survive that hand, but
so Andrew bets for the win. Phil goes 2. Andrew immediately heals and he draws what I thought was an 8 brute force, but that can't be right. Maybe it's a 2 brute force. They have a similar color scheme. He throws the 7 to put more KO pressure on Leonidas. These guys just both have hands full of heat. It's going to be a really interesting fight back and forth. That 7's got a secondary effect that's not consequential here. That'll put Leonidas at 18 points. Not a position Phil wants to be in, but he does have the 8 backed up with Zorro. So, it's more just making sure he can still play his specials. Now, he has drawn a lot for Leonidas. He has drawn an 8. He's drawn the avoid. We haven't seen any shield phalanxes come out. Oh, wow. And he is just...
wow, he's going to negate it and show his hand again.
And he doesn't care because he has harnessed the wind from the Wicked Witch.
Yep. One of the stronger effects in the entire game. And Andrew's using Transformation Trickery and Harness the Wind together beautifully.
It's really cool seeing this too. We know that both of those cards are extremely strong, but we hadn't seen anybody playing them in the game yet. And conversely, we know Van Helsing and Joan of Arc can get rid of those cards, and we are seeing Jane Porter. We are seeing a lot of Jane Porter, but not as much but we aren't seeing as much Van Helsing, and those are really the cards built to get rid of these devastating effects. So
Van Helsing is a fantastic. He is expensive for 7 points, but like we said, the meta's gonna this tournament's gonna show us what the meta is going, and we might start to see some Van Helsing in future tournaments.
Now, one thing that's cool here is this may be a little less obvious to some newer players. You may look at this and be like, oh, he's going for the win. He's going to try to get the venture. I don't think so. Andrew's hand spectrum's like crazy right now. He's got more cards, and he's put himself in a position where the real strength of Harness the Wind is you just decide, I'm not going to defend any hits. I'm not going to defend any hits at all because I can just just fire back, and that's exactly what happens. So he uses the avoid on the first part of the teamwork because he doesn't have another block, and the one comes through and kills Leonidas. He's going to do the same thing to Zorro.
Absolutely.
He just wants to kill those two guys and leave.
I'm going for the win, but Harness the Wind says if for some reason you have a higher numbers than me, your team will not be able to survive the next hand.
And I think he knows. Like, I really don't think Andrew's planning on winning this. I think he's just seeing the opportunity to do a ton of damage and possibly take out two of Phil's characters. Even this, look, he's just going for the cumulative. That's only going to put him at 11.
He did not throw that at Billy the Kid in the off chance that he might have quick draw in his hand. Quick draw is a hard.
Well, he actually just played the quick draw offensively, if you notice.
I didn't.
And Phil is out of cards. He's going to take 2 hits on Zorro. He's going to lose Zorro. And then what is the venture here? 14, 15, 16, 17, 18 to 10, 18, 19.
12. So
I think that's the game. I think Andrew just won the game by 1. Oh, no. What am I missing? He lost the venture.
Yeah, that's exactly what we said. He might not win this hand, but there's no way that Billy the Kid, a reserve character, can go against the full strength of Andrew's deck. It played beautifully.
Although Phil's only going to get 3 dupes. Now he's got a puncher's chance to do a little bit. It's also really important to point out, look at these Ask a Pleon decks. I've seen a lot of people build them, and they try to put 15 cards to heal in, and that's really not why it's strong. You know, look at Andrew removed 1 hit from the Wicked Witch, focused a little bit of damage in Mina, and look at how far ahead he is in this game now with this. Whereas at the same time, like if there was a kill shot on Wicked Witch and he had got 3 or 4 dupes here, Phil could have made a huge bet, pressured him to stay in, killed 2 characters, and he's possibly slightly back in this game. But with this now, the Sun Wukong full team avoid, the 11 doesn't count to venture, but it's closer to a kill shot. He's got the negate. I mean,
yeah, I don't recall seeing Phil's any hero avoid, but other than that, that's placed right there. See, I'm not paying attention, but that's literally the only piece of defense he has against everything Andrew's deck still has. It's not looking good. We talked Phil Miller's ability to come back. We talked about that, but it's
oh wow, what is he getting?
Insurmountable odds.
I think he's getting Harness the Wind. Like, are we crazy here? What are you getting this?
Wouldn't you? Absolutely. He's got just Billy left. You get Harness the Wind, and you just there it is.
Oh,
real cool, man. Phil knows what's up.
He's gonna use that offensively to
heal that off, and then he can
trigger it. He's gonna trigger Ask a Pleon with it, and then he's gonna shoot it off.
Wow, that shows you the strength of Harness the Wind. I can literally use arguably the strongest piece of defense in my deck offensively because there's nothing you can do about it.
All right, Phil runs. He gets another hit on the Wicked Witch. He takes another hit on Billy the Kid, so he's only got 2 left, but Phil's not going to give up. I mean, they're at 3-3, but Phil's going to play this right to the bone. So now he's got a teamwork. Now he's got a repost. Now he's got some Zorro cards. You know, the good thing is with the new rule, Phil doesn't have to discard the teamwork, which is nice. So he can hold on to those to bluff, which is, I think, such a better rule in this game now.
Oh, it adds so much depth. A little subtlety. Yeah, you have to be able to bluff in this game, because in the old environment, when it's like, oh, I have 3 cards, game's over.
Man, Andrew's got that 7 for Mina, the hunger for Mina Harker, which is so good in this situation because he can hit with that 7, remove a hit, trigger Asclepion, draw a card, and attack again.
Yeah, I mean, it's 9 placing slots to 3. Andrew doesn't even have to place. He's just going to keep. Yeah, this is for the win?
This is 2 for the win. So I think we're going to see the last, kudos to Phil for fighting a hell of a fight, but I mean, he's got to avoid this, right? He's got to, I mean, I guess no, because he's got the 11 he's still got to worry about.
11. Yeah.
It's a real bummer that he wasn't able to keep Leonidas alive and get one of those shield phalanxes out. He's going to use the avoid, and I think this is just sort of the, what do?
Yeah, it's that one kills me or that one kills me.
I mean, looks like he's got 2 allies in a teamwork in his hand, so I think this is all she wrote, but let's see what he can get
it's
out.
Nothing against Phil, his playing. It really was, he needed one more hand to get to his premier defense to really keep Deja in the fight. And again, if Andrew didn't reveal his hand to negate that draw 3, he would have got the heat to stay in the game. So they just shook hands and
yeah, Phil's chuckling. I think Phil. Honestly, I just think this deck is a terrible matchup for what we saw out of Phil's deck. But it's nice that there's sort of some of that in the meta now, where there's like, clearly Phil's deck's done great today. He's 3-0. He's gone through the whole field. But man, we're really seeing the strength of those 2 shifting abilities.
Yeah, for sure. I would have liked to have seen Phil's deck draw some of his 1 per decks, really keep Deja in the fight a little more. We would have. Who knows what would have happened at the end of this game, but yeah, Andrew was firing on all cylinders, and Phil's deck just couldn't keep up. So
yeah, that was great.
2 undefeateds. I'm guessing that we'll probably see both of them again later on.
Oh, Phil's holding his hand to I think we're doing a little video adjustment here. I would be surprised if we don't see both of these guys in the top 8. Like there's a chance Phil could lose the next 3 rounds in a row and be a 3 and 4, but I doubt with a player of Phil's caliber who's doing as well as he already has started doing this tournament that we're going to see that. So
yeah, and with the size of that room, maybe. Do you think a 4 and 3 will make the top 8? Probably not.
I think they will. I mean, we're only at 40 people, and usually a 40-person room has a 1 to 2 4 and 3s. But
so
we're also this far in, and we have 5 undefeated. So it's going to be an interesting field for sure. But I'm going to call it now. I really like I haven't seen a lot of the deck, so this is not a lot of information to go along with this. But I think this might be Andrew's tournament to win. I really like his deck. I think he's been really strategic about how to use all the different parts of what he's doing, including the healing, I feel like he's developed a really synergistic deck. And could you ever in a million years expect the round 4 undefeated player to be running Sun Wukong with the Wicked Witch?
Yeah, it makes sense. Like you said earlier, the field really split grids are a little more prevalent, and with Asclepion being able to heal away some of the damage that you're going to have to take, using the negative of negating defensively with Mina Harker in such clutch times. Yeah, It's all lining up. Andrew, it's gonna take somebody. It's gonna take some either deck variants or someone's very special to stop the train.
All right, well, let's go over. We talked a little bit with Andrew earlier in the day. Let's go over and pull Phil Miller in and see if we can get a little bit of insight into that particular match.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Give us just a minute or two to set up that interview. Hey, everybody. So we're coming to you live now from the middle of round 5 of the... Round 5 or round 4?
Round 4.
Round 4 of the Overpower Regional. Sorry, it's already been a long day here. So we're here with the legend Phil Miller himself, one of the... probably the most wins of any player in the last 10 years in the league. Coming off a little bit of a rough loss. What do you think happened that game?
Well, he got the coin flip. He drew a dupe, which he got to replace. I drew a duplicate, which I didn't get to replace.
So you were down one in the
I was
first
down
hand.
the first hand.
So I saw you fight that out and run. So he's running an interesting deck. He's really sort of leaning on the ability to shift multiple times. So we saw him get the transformation trickery out. We saw him get the harness the wind. We
Twice.
saw him get that out a second time.
Yeah.
What are your thoughts on that as a strategy? Come on by, Cory. What are,
Obviously, that's very powerful when you have the Gemini, and I didn't have any negates in my deck, or very limited negates.
Yep.
My team's more for avoiding big attacks.
yeah.
I've got the Deja Thoris avoid that stops all the attacks.
Right, and the
And
Leonidas
then the
avoid.
Leonidas one. Yeah. But he was able to manipulate the Venture and then remove the hits with Sun Wukong in the one
We
hand.
saw that, yeah.
Yeah. And the hand I had Grim Reaper to get me back in the game, he opened up his hand and exposed it, and he had the fairy protection.
Right.
And so I just couldn't capitalize on that either. So
And even when you finally were able to throw it, it only got the one icon that was left because you knew none of his cards in hand had icons.
right.
So, well, you're obviously having a great day. How do you feel like you've done the rest of the day? You feeling good about the rest of the tournaments?
Yeah, I feel good. Deck's been playing pretty well. Obviously, that was the game where it
Yeah.
had the aberration. But yeah, it's been playing well. I played Derek round 3, and I actually won in 2 hands. So
Okay.
it was kind of the opposite. He had a couple dupes, and I had a draw 3 and Grim Reaper there. So, feels
So
like
my
it's playing
big
pretty
question, I guess, for this is, I feel, I said this in the stream, I feel like we're going to see both of you in the top 8. So if
Okay.
you're sitting across from Andrew again, you've been in that situation many times where you've lost a match early on to somebody and then gone on to beat him in the top 8.
Right.
What is your strategy? You're in the finals. You sit across from Andrew. What do you do differently this game? Do you have a strategy in mind?
Yeah, I think I just got to lean way more heavier on the Wicked Witch. Not allow him to capitalize twice with the
Harness the wind? Okay. Fantastic.
Obviously, it's very powerful because she's an 8 as well.
Right.
But I do have a bunch of big attacks as well, and a lot of draw mechanics. I do have a Deja Thoris draw 3. I'm
We
running
saw
the-
that,
I'm running
yeah.
the draw 3 Cataclysm, and then
do
I
you-
can Gemini for the draw 3 again.
How much do you feel like he was able to take out Deja pretty early? How much that did you feel like that seemed like it was a pretty big impact in the game?
It was. Probably second hand, I probably should have just conceded until I got a little more defense. Because he painted her with an 8 and a 7 right off the bat.
I saw that from like the one string.
Right.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'll have to be a little more careful.
So one last question. So I saw you are playing Deja Thoris's Diplomat to all Martians.
I am.
How has that been for you?
I haven't been able to get it in play today, but I think it's going to be very good if I can get it early game.
Yeah.
It's a card you need very early.
You want it earlier for sure. So
Yeah, I think it's going to be okay.
okay, awesome. Thanks very much.
Thanks, Joe.
And we'll chat with you soon. Good luck for the rest of the day.
Thank you so much.
And then come this way, we'll get your mic. Welcome, everybody. We are going into round 5 of the first ever Overpower card game regional $20,000 tournament. We've got a heck of a field here, and we've got some leaderboards for you. So, seen twice on camera, Andrew the Prodigy Taylor is taking things down. Oh, we keep getting a little weird computer thing popping up. Let's just stop hitting the buttons. Thomas K actually took down Felipe to knock Felipe to 3-1 to be the only other undefeated. And then Doug Taylor did get the pair down and ended up losing to one of the 3-1 players, but his opponent's win percentage is very high because he had a very tough field. So he is still ranked at the top of the 3-1s. The rest of the 3-1s are very close in tiebreakers, so it's anybody's game, but we've got Charles Haskins, Cory Sims, Phil Miller, Joe Peters, all hanging out at the top of that pile. So we're definitely starting to see the leaderboards come together, but there is a lot of Overpower to play. We've got 3 more full rounds and 1 loss by any of those guys, and they're going to find their dreams of making this top 8 significantly impacted. It looks like everybody's getting to their tables, and we are going to play the undefeated match on camera here. So right now, we are faced with the only 2 undefeated players. Now, both of these players as well, I do want to point out because it's very cool, they are players from the Seattle area, meaning that this area is kind of controlling a lot of the tournament. We've got a lot of veterans that have been playing the game through, I don't even know what we call the period where we were just bringing the game back, but a lot of guys, veterans are kind of getting knocked out by these new players. Seattle has been playing a ton of organized play. They've been drilling a ton. They were really getting ready for this tournament, and I think it's just going to show you that modern, you can't just rest on your laurels of your knowledge of the old game. I think you got to come in ready to play modern.
Yeah, and these 2 Seattle guys probably have played 100 games against each other. It's interesting. Thomas K is undefeated, but he doesn't have I don't believe he does not have a front row 8 ranker. So it's going to be interesting to see if he can weather the storm against what we already know is a really powerful Wicked Witch Sun Wukong deck.
Well, he's been weathering the storm against 8 rankers the whole time, so it's definitely going to be interesting to see. But he's also got a completely not aligned frontline grid. He's got a max 7 intellect, a max 7 combat, and then a max 6 brute force and energy. Now, the only thing about that is, with the exception of the 7 combat on Robin Hood, Cthulhu does back up the rest of those grids, so I'm curious if he's kind of he may be using Robin Hood as a lightning rod because he knows people are going to go for him and trying to dissuade you from going for the other characters.
Yeah, even if the grid's matched up, you'd want to go for Robin Hood. So we see that Andrew has his lockout in hand. So, and right there we have a fairy protection placed by Thomas as well. So that's really gonna take the heat off of Robin Hood and allow him to get those cards in play.
Now, we certainly see that Fairy Protection is by far the most played Cataclysm out of that event set, but we also see the same thing with a lot of the battle sites. The ability to ward a character for an entire battle is just too good.
Yeah, absolutely, especially in this format when team defense is really a lot less prevalent. You need to have a hand where you're allowed to get some of those cards off.
Now, I think we'll still see it be probably 60% of the field in the matches in this old environment. You know, the more sets that come out, the more interesting ways there'll be to both defend and keep your characters alive. But I think that when you see decks like the Phil Miller deck running multiple draw threes, it can also really come out of nowhere and surprise you. But here we go. We're getting into the action now. So they both ventured just one, but it looks like they're going to fight a little. So he's going to start with a Joan of Arc 4, and then each frontline teammate can play an additional attack. And that's now I'm realizing maybe what this whole deck is built around is instead of, it looks like it's just a chain deck.
He fires right away with the Grim Reaper. Doesn't know that Andrew does have the answer to it in his hand. He's probably, and there it is. He's probably hoping he could get a placing advantage, and
it can be a really devastating card firsthand. That's a lot of the time. There's a lot of hate for this card. You know, I will say it is a card that was a legacy card, and we made the choice to leave it in the game. It's probably still the most controversial thing in the game currently, and it's definitely just part of the legacy of the old game. But people still seem to be able to figure out a way to mitigate it. So Thomas goes with the 4. He follows up with that Power Leech from Robin Hood. He throws the 6 from Mina Harker. And then Andrew concedes, actually, even with the 8 in the hand. So he knows his Disorient opponent was most likely a dead card.
Right, but also Thomas is smart. He realized that Wicked Witch is probably the crux of the deck. Of course, Sun Wukong does have its bombs, but targeting Mina Harker second showed Andrew that Sun Wukong's heal is not going to get a lot of value unless he's able to shift those cards around. So he probably ran and saved Mina Harker from damage.
Yeah, and I think we also have to consider, too, we don't know how much Tom and Andrew have played each other. So Thomas may be coming into this with a strategy on exactly how he combats that deck.
Yeah, they're both 4-0. They're both Seattle boys. I'm sure they've sat across each other more than once. But Andrew did say that this deck that he's running is not really battle tested, and it's kind of a new idea. So
now he gets the heal. That's going to be a really powerful card. And there's his target character discard a place card. He does have the 8 on Joan of Arc, which it's probably going to be the target of that. And then he's probably going to respond with the Fairy Protection. But we've seen that target discard a place card be unbelievably good for Mina Harker. So much so that I think you're going to start seeing Mina in the back again and throwing that card from the back.
it's just too good.
Anybody's game still, and we do have Mina on Mina action here. So Cthulhu has managed to get his Call of Cthulhu and a playable Teamwork from reserve. And it looks like I'm really starting to realize the genius of this deck from Thomas. He's sacrificing that 8 on the front line, but he's just got such an ability to throw heat and do these chain attacks where he can ally, play the Devoted Fanatics or play the Joan of Arc card.
Absolutely.
And just be able to keep throwing massive chains. And I do love we haven't really seen anybody exploit Call of Cthulhu yet, but man, that's a powerful card. And at some point, I think you're going to see people playing cumulative decks. A 7 and an 8 is a kill shot once that card's in play.
Oh, and absolutely, and Andrew's got to be wary of that because he does like to take damage and spread it around. But that Call of Cthulhu is kind of like the nullifier. If he takes too much damage, especially if he like calls Harness the Wind back with Gemini, using it a second time is almost certainly going to put one of his characters or multiple characters into that KO range for Cthulhu.
I 100% agree. I don't think I could have said it better myself. I think you're seeing where that card is almost a ward against the full power of Harness the Wind. So Thomas is playing this offensively. Looks like we're going to have a quick judge call, but everything he's doing seems right to me. He can play this offensively at the same time as he's throwing in attack. Andrew gets the ability to negate the special card and defend the attack. So anything he throws from Joan of Arc and Mina Harker now will get a +2 bonus for the rest of the game.
Yep, that is Joan of Arc's early feminist leader. Any female on his team gets +2 to combat or intelligence attacks.
Right, just
the
to
remainder
combat
of
or
the game.
intelligence attacks.
Sorry, not just attacks, any actions.
Actions, thank you.
Yes.
So he defends the 3. He did have to use that 8. He's still got the discard a place card. I think he's probably trying to decide if this is the time to get rid of that 8. But he's always got to be weary of Thomas's ability to throw a huge chain back. But I think that's what we're gonna see.
Yeah, he wants to pick a good time to pick off a powerful card. But for Thomas's deck, it's looking like punches and bunches. He's there he goes. A heal will alleviate some of that KO pressure.
So he healed it from him, and he knew he had the Any Hero 7 to just keep the pressure going.
But
and that is the power of Asclepionon. You play an ally, you play a heal, you draw a card, you still get to attack. It is very, very powerful home base.
Andrew already used his lockout, and without Transformation Trickery or Harness the Wind, he doesn't have a lot of defensive options, especially with Wicked Witch having a 1 placed. He's hoping that he can survive 1 volley and just and get out of there.
I mean, he did win the first battle, so they're fighting pretty hard for this bet hand too, which I think is just 1 and 1. And Andrew,
one? What do you mean? Thomas won the first one. Andrew ran away.
Right, but they've only ventured 1 each this hand, I believe.
Oh, yes. Thomas is playing
if that goes through, he gets to heal one of those hits off Mina Harker. That's so good. The vampire is trying to drain the blood of the Wicked Witch and heal herself, and he does it, and he gets rid of the 7 intellect. What a huge swing.
A 14-point play right there. Very powerful.
Wow. Andrew hates to see that. All that hard work. He's going to let that hit, and then... Now it's questionable. That may have been where he wanted to use the fairy protection, but I'm not really sure what his plan is here.
Well, I mean, at that play, fairy protection would have been good, but remember, if Thomas has played against this deck before, he knows that there's going to be battles where a lot of damage is taken.
Yeah, I just don't like this play. I'll be honest here, this is me. I would immediately attack Wicked Witch with the 7 and just try to get the Wicked Witches close to that 15-point threshold, because then you're going to really put Andrew to the decision of, if I don't have a negate, Call of Cthulhu's a kill shot. He would only get him to 14, but he'd get him a lot closer than just the 5.
Yeah, peppering with any power. People are usually more apt to take any power hits because it doesn't count towards that spectrum, but yeah, Cthulhu makes that a dangerous choice.
So for those who don't know, that card on Cthulhu in the back is the Call of Cthulhu. It's Cthulhu's main 1 per deck. It reads, all characters on opponent's team are -5 to cumulative KO for the remainder of the game, meaning it goes to the astral plane. It does not attach to Cthulhu, so killing Cthulhu doesn't get rid of it. It does permanent damage, and for the rest of the game, it makes all of Andrew's characters easier to KO. All right, a lot of considering here about what moves to make next. Andrew's got 1 card left. Thomas looks like he's really trying to consider what to do, but that's a perfect play. I think you know it's going to come in. You know he doesn't have a negate probably at this point, or he would have used it on the 7. So, or the early feminist leader. Oh, I didn't even think of that too. When he threw that 7, it was a 9.
Oh, absolutely.
All right, he's going to play the Gemini. Or no, he's going to concede. Wow. Thomas, I last hand I gave it to Andrew. I said he was my pick for the event, and Thomas is just showing us a completely different strategy here, and it's working.
Yeah, a constant pressure, taking advantage of Andrew not getting his 1 per deck bombs he needs, playing from hand when he has to. He's won 2 battles. He's taken 1 more hit, but he's up placing. He's playing very well.
So it looks like Thomas is going to have a dupe 7. That throwing that 7, like I said, that was the other reason to throw it, is you knew those dupes were coming up.
You gotta throw anything you have triples of. It should be the first choice to throw.
Andrew is gonna have his power leech, so we'll probably see him place out a lot here. He's probably gonna be playing the odds that Thomas isn't gonna draw defense for it. He's also just placed his Wicked Witch, Harness the Wind.
And now it's a different game.
Although the Protection of St. Michael is a pretty huge card here. Avoid an attack with a combat icon. He probably should have read it before he placed the 8. The 8 multi does have a combat icon, so it can avoid the 8 multi. It is a full multi, so it also could avoid anything else with a combat icon and keep him from throwing the 8 this battle. Thomas draws the Hades.
And placing it is so powerful, especially with these hands and these fights that are going to be taking a lot of damage. It's probably more valuable than anything else that Robin has.
Probably, and it's definitely worth the placing slot. Sun Wukong gets cloud surfing, and Andrew is losing on Venture. Sun Wukong is the comeback king, so he's going to be able to avoid an attack, and while he's losing on Venture, he gets to draw a card from it. An absolutely devastating effect, but you have to be losing the game to get it. So same with his 11, you don't get the Venture unless you're losing. And that's the ego of the monkey god. He has to be winning, so he draws that extra power when he needs to come back.
Okay, I don't see any cards in Thomas's hands. So
he had a dupe 7. He placed 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Unless he had another duplicate that I missed, he should have 1 more card. Maybe I just missed another placement. I don't know.
Yeah. No, he's got 7 placed and the dupe 7, so he placed out.
And he goes 2 after placing all that. Andrew goes 2 as well.
It does look like he has a card.
I think he's got 1 in hand. Andrew's got 3 in hand, 7 placed.
Yeah. Oh, wow.
He's asking a question, it looks like.
I think he is going to discard Hades so he can throw the Cthulhu from reserve.
That is insane to me. I don't understand anything about that play.
Well, he sees that there's not a lot of defense.
Maybe,
or
but
he's trying to.
he's got Harness the Wind. I think what you do is you discard the 3, you force him to use Harness the Wind, and then you just Fortress out of the Harness the Wind.
Yeah, that probably would have been a stronger play. You got to get him to use Harness the Wind and then run away.
So Harness the Wind is a Wicked Witch card. It's a very powerful card. The rest of her kit's a little bit weaker for a level 8 character because this one ability is so good. I mean, an 8 multi is still great in this environment, but Harness the Wind reads for remainder of game. For remainder of battle, Wicked Witch may shift any attacks on any of her frontline characters to any other frontline character. So it gives Andrew for one battle complete control over where all of his attacks are going to go. Now, it looks like Thomas's strategy is to just say, yeah, I don't care where the attacks go. I'm just going to fire a ton of them in, and I'm going to go up to having 4 venture in the top pile. Not a terrible strategy. I mean, at the end of the day, moving the hits doesn't get you venture. You just have to make sure your team doesn't completely die in the, with all the shooting back. Seems to be a little bit of a conversation over what this was going to be.
So I think he said it's a 6, but then I think that's a 3.
That's the 4.
It's at a 4. So they were checking to see if her intellect or combat was able to throw a 4 to get the bonus of Joan of Arc.
That makes sense. That's probably what it was. All right, so the Power Leech is going to go through. He calls Intellect. It looks like he's just going to get the 1 card.
That is not what Andrew wanted to see. He really needs to put the brakes on Thomas's chains.
I mean, he's in a good situation right now. I think if I'm Andrew, I'm just kind of chalking this 2 up to a loss, and I'm just going to mitigate my damage enough that I can try to throw that 8 multi through. I mean, he didn't defend a Power Leech for a card, so he's probably not going to be able to defend an 8 multi. You really just have to try to get him to use the shift. I guess that's not true. I completely forgot about the protection of St. Michael, so. All right, he's going to send that over to Sun Wukong. We know why, because he's going to hope later that he can get the... he's going to hope later that he can get out the big heal. And Andrew's going to select the Slain, and these 5 cards may just dictate the entire game. Depending on what he has the ability to get. He's got a Teamwork. He's got a 4 make an additional attack. He's got the Hunger himself from Mina Harker. He's got an Ally, and he's got the 7 Intellect from the Wicked Witch. He's gonna take the 7 Intellect. I think that's a strong play. Thomas says, nope, I don't want to lose Mina Harker, and opts to run. Crazy that with a deck that has an 8 combat character and Billy the Kid in reserve, Thomas just could not find a combat icon to get the protection of St. Michael out. And if he had it out, that would have seriously eliminated his ability to throw a ton of different attacks. He wouldn't have been able to get that 7. He wouldn't have been able to get the 8 out for the Wicked Witch. And Andrew just made sure nothing that he attacked with had a combat icon. Harness the Wind is gone. He gets a duplicate negate. So Thomas now knows that he has the ability to negate, and he can negate as an offensively without the penalty. So you may see him taking out either the Call of Cthulhu, or he might choose to use that offensive negate just to wipe out the early feminist leader.
Or what he could do is bait Thomas into triggering his one per deck protection of Saint Michael. Throw something small, he triggers it, and then use an offensive negate to get rid of it. So then all of your blues.
That's true as well. If Andrew's worried about his ability to get that through. Now, the good news is on these energy teamwork that we see here, he's not running the blue follow-ups, which means he's probably not running a lot of blue power cards. So I think you're going to find that, with the exception, we see the 4 make an additional in his hand as intellect. He's probably not going to have a lot of other intellect icons. So it looks like Andrew's passed, and Thomas is saying, well, I'm going to take advantage of it, and let's get placed out here. I've got my avoid, I've got my offensive or possibly defensive negate. I've got a way to throw some strings, protection of St. Michael. I mean, he's certainly got some heat. But we also see, Andrew does have the Wicked Witch's discard a place card too, and you really can't discount the brilliance of what Andrew's done here. Is the redundant discard a place card effects from Mina Harker and the Wicked Witch, combined with the redundant shifting effects, have just really let Andrew have the breathing room to do those slow offensive attacks and pick off the opponent's best cards.
Absolutely. Thomas is doing a pretty good job of just, like we said before, punches and bunches. He's going to just hopefully try to overwhelm Andrew. Andrew does have 2 ways to negate now, so he could looking to stop some of those harder strings, but it'll be interesting to see how this plays out.
So Andrew goes 3. It looks like Thomas doesn't even want to fight this. He's debating whether he's even going to fight or not. He has not drawn the card yet. He's almost completely placed out. He's he's got way more placed cards than Andrew. He's up by 3 placed cards. So even if Andrew gets this 3, it's going to put him at 4, 1, 2. He does take it. He takes a look. He gives a thumbs up. And does he say that he's in, or is he just going to go 1 and run? Let's see what he bets.
I have to hand it to Thomas. He's playing he's playing very tight. He's playing very well. And I've never seen him play before, but he definitely has an understanding of the game.
I didn't get to play against him, but he was at the Seattle tournament, the first NAOL tournament, and so he's clearly been playing for a long time. I believe he played back in the day. And I have to say, man, just again, watching the way this meta is developing, where we're watching a guy with literally no max 8 character on the front line not just do well, but dominate so far in the tournament. So, all right, Mina is going to try to offensively negate the hunger, which will trigger the Asclepion. This is a really interesting choice. Thomas says, nah, I'm going to defensively negate that, and I'm going to show you my hand. So let's see what Thomas has in his hand.
Let's see what Thomas has in his hand.
I think Thomas has laid his hand out a little past the border of the camera, but that's okay. We'll just see it as it's played. He's going to fire off this ally. Now, Andrew does have the avoid in hand, but against a deck that's chaining as much as Thomas's deck chains, I don't know if having that avoid is going to be it's not necessarily the security it might make you feel like it is, because
absolutely. He's got 1 attack, 1 ability to block from his hand. He has his negate placed. He just used his Mina Harker negate to try to heal. And he's got a 1 power card. That's it. Thomas absolutely can punish. He's got a teamwork that's playable by Cthulhu from reserve. Yeah, he can absolutely punish. Now he just discarded something he discarded a 2 power card to be able to play the Cthulhu from reserve. And that is for the kill.
Now Andrew does have the Sun Wukong 11. Which 2, 3, 4, 5. I think it does count to venture this battle.
Yes.
So we have a judge call here. I think he may be asking if he can follow the ally up with a card from the reserve.
Yeah, absolutely you can.
I'm guessing that was the call. Whatever the call was, Andrew said, I'm going to negate this and not deal with all these extra attacks.
He had to do that or the Wicked Witch was going to die.
Now, he may have also, this was a question, you guys didn't hear the player meeting, but it may have also been a question of if he follows up with Robin Hood, does Robin Hood get to make the additional attacks off his attack? And the answer is no. The original legacy rule still exists. If you have a card that grants multiple frontline teammates additional attacks, they can't continue the strings. They're granted one attack and then it stops.
No chaining off of chaining. So Andrew is targeting the protection of Saint Michael. I think he's just debating to whether let that go or use his avoid to get rid of it.
Yeah, I think that's definitely the decision he's at, and it's a tough call. You know, that protection of Saint Michael and the avoid are both defensive cards. The protection of Saint Michael, yeah, like right now, the protection of Saint Michael probably is more important because it's kind of warding him from 2 cards instead of 1. You know,
he decided to just let it go through. Wow.
Well, Andrew's only got 2 cards in hand. He does have the avoid, which I believe is still an avoid draw. But Robin Hood can throw some big chains. I think Thomas just got a little too committed to this hand. I think he just needs to let this one go and run away. Or attack aggressively.
We haven't really seen any Robin Hood cards.
So he draws the 5. Robin Hood attacks with the 5. He immediately defends with the 5 that he just drew. Andrew's going to do the 4 intelligence, and this is exactly why he wanted to get rid of the Joan of Arc card. You know, he didn't want to have to deal with a way that he could have gotten it out. The 4 is going to go through, and we're going to see the first character taken down. The Wicked Witch crashes and burns in, I'm sorry, not the Wicked Witch. Mina Harker crashes and burns to the Wicked Witch, I believe. I'm assuming he's making that from her so he can follow up with the big attack if he wants to. But no, it must have been from Sun Wukong because he's throwing the 11. He'll finally draw that avoid 1 attack. And I think Andrew didn't even have a one or the other strategy there. I think he was happy with both. If he let the card go, then great, he got rid of the card and the 11 was going to get avoided. If he didn't, then vice versa. You know, he could have avoided it, and then the 11 was going to go through because it's brute force. So I think this was sort of a win-win either way for Andrew and the way the cards were drawn.
But I think Thomas just realized the Mina Harker teamwork is going to be a kill on Robin Hood.
Yep, he chose to make the attack. Robin Hood's going to go down.
Lost 2 characters in the same hand. That's
Yeah. Ooh. I think I'm gonna sway this one back to Andrew. I think Andrew is done very well. Now the big boy is on the front line though. And Andrew's guys are painted up pretty bad. We've already seen Harness the Wind go by. This is really what Thomas needs here is he needs Andrew to not draw transformation trickery and to not be able to do the big shift here. So he can either pressure a big venture bet or force him to stay in and make him fight. And I don't
did
see
draw Wukong's heel though, so
he did draw the heel, and right now the heel does trigger Asclepion. The only card I can't make out is the one right in the center of his hand. It's just too dark, right to the left of the... It's got to be one of the Mina Harker cards, probably the Negate. The Negate's got a really dark background. That's exactly what it is. So Andrew does have the Mina Harker Negate. We haven't really seen what Thomas has in hand. It looks like he got rid of a Robin Hood card. Andrew places a 3 combat ally, Hucklebuck from the Victory Harbin series. He places the Isis 2 multi-attack on the home base. Thomas is getting his universe cards out. He's got his own 11 now. That 11 is a kill shot on the Wicked Witch. And I do not believe that Andrew has anything that can deal with that 11. And it looks like Andrew's just placing out even more now.
yeah. Saw the 11. I'm gonna place and run away.
He does have the negate, actually. So that's partially why I think he did that. He's like, I might as well place out, because if you throw that 11, I'm negating it.
Oh, yeah.
Andrew's going too, so Andrew still wants to fight. Let's see what Thomas is thinking with his placed cards here. Andrew's got 9 placed cards. Thomas has 7. That's a 2-card advantage going into the next hand. But also, teamwork is a kill shot.
Absolutely. The teamwork, he can block the initial with the 8, but he cannot block the follow-up.
I think if I'm Thomas, I'm gonna bet 1, but I'm gonna stay in. I'm gonna try to survive whatever it is, because he doesn't have any real kill pressure right off the bat. Because if he can select the Slain, get a bigger power card, Andrew just has to run. He can't risk the 6, unless Andrew's becoming complacent, forgetting about the Call of Cthulhu. But 5 points kills the Wicked Witch right now. 4 points kills Sun Wukong. And we know almost for certain Sun Wukong's going to heal right off the bat. Like, why wouldn't he?
Yeah. So that 9... on Joan of Arc is actually an 11 to block. So
I think it's hers is an 8 half multi. It's 8 combat intellect.
But then because of the +2, it's gonna go up and over that 8. It's gonna be a kill shot.
All right, Hucklebucket. We see Hucklebuck again. He jumps in, tries to sink his teeth into the Elder God Cthulhu.
Wow, I don't think that sentence has ever been said.
And as we thought was going to happen, Andrew, he immediately goes for the heal. Now remember, that does force him to discard all the place cards. He does have to give up that teamwork. But since he did the heal in Drew, he throws the 3 energy after it. Interesting. I think we're going to find that this may be Thomas's hand to win. He chooses to take it. Now, one thing we haven't seen is any distracting interventions yet. What a game. We shouldn't expect anything more. 4-4 we are at Zulu's Cafe in Seattle for a $20,000 tournament. We shouldn't expect much more from the undefeated table. What a great game. Thomas is down 2 characters. Andrew's continuing to put the KO pressure, but Andrew's out of cards in hand, so You know, I think Thomas has to not be worried here, and he's got to fire back. You know.
No, so he does have that 2 multi-ISIS, and he could follow that with the Wicked Witch 8, and both of those would be a kill shot on Cthulhu.
So
Cthulhu could only
I
block one.
I missed the 2 multi. So Thomas wants to probably fight this out, and he's probably thinking, I need to select the slain, and if I get the second block, I can start firing with everything else.
Absolutely. Select the slain is the play. He throws the you got to throw the ally as a kill shot to Wicked Witch to select the slain.
Because
Get
then
your
he'll
own
have to
defense.
spend he has to spend the 8 to keep the Wicked Witch alive. You select the slain. That's a good call. Yeah, that's the play. The ally eating up the 8. That'll be a big swing. He selects the slain, and then Andrew almost certainly runs away at that point.
Yeah, just get something to block the 2 just in case he doesn't.
All right, guys, we got to make a play here. All right, Thomas decides to run away. That's going to move 1 mission all the way up, and I think that's going to leave the Prodigy at 5-1-1. I think he should have. I think he needed to make that play. I think he needed to throw the ally and. All right. So, unfortunately, this isn't going to help Thomas at all. This is gather your allies. It is going to help Andrew, or he isn't because he just drew the last of his. He drew an exact amount, so he doesn't have a draw pile. Oh, but does that let you go through the dead pile too? It must, because he's getting out a couple of allies. Oof, that is going to place 3 allies along the Prodigy's front line. Looks like
And
Thomas
there goes
has
his placing advantage.
3 or 4 dupes, and that is a very sad time to get that event. That is just a case of the your own event sticking it to you. All right. Andrew draws a pretty good hand over here. It looks like he's got a teamwork. A couple other things. Andrew's going to go 3 for the win. Thomas draws his card. Going to be an interesting battle here. I see the defensive avoid on Mina Harker, but I'm not seeing a lot of other big defense.
Well, we know he has transformation trickery because it hasn't come up yet.
That's probably what he's banking on. Good call. So Thomas makes the 2 bet. If he wins, he's still in the game. And we're going to see what happens next. All right, he's throwing the ally from Mina Harker, one of the new allies that he just got. He blocks with the 8. That is a bad sign. That gives Andrew a lot of information and may change what he decides to do here. And it is. Now he's going to throw the 8 and see what we've got. And that is going to take out Cthulhu. That is a huge venture swing. That
is certainly the match right there.
That is a 25-point venture swing. Andrew gets 8. Tom loses a max 6 teamwork and the 11. Devastating. I think you're going to see the card you called out right here. He's going to transformation trickery to someone, probably at this point, Mina Harker, because she has the 7 and can fire back and heal herself. But now he decides to take it to the Monkey King. I'm pretty shocked by that. I think at this point in the game,
that is very strange that he would do that.
I would have targeted Mina.
The Mina Harker can get rid of a current hit too. So that's the handshake. He knew it was
yeah.
Over.
What a great game though.
Draw the defense to protect Cthulhu. Great match, guys.
Yeah, that was a fantastic match. There's no question as to why these guys are both undefeated, and I think it's just such a testament, to the way that this game works, that he's able to be playing a round 5 undefeated match with a completely misaligned grid and only one max 8 character who's in reserve. Very, very impressive. He's probably only running one of those 8s and was lucky to have it when he had it.
Absolutely. Also, he's running Robin Hood very lean, and he's able to get his bombs from his other characters. It really is like a team coordination deck. It's like you said, it's no wonder he made it to 4-0.
And it's great. It's great
Fair
to
play
see
to
that
both.
as an option. Just, chaining attacks is a viable strategy. So, all right. Well, guys, we're going to try to get you some other people on camera for these last couple of rounds. We've seen 3 rounds with Andrew, so this has sort of been Andrew's stream. We're going to get some other of the we're going to switch it up and get some other people on camera for the next 2 rounds. But we will update you with. We'll definitely update you with the standings a little later. And then I'm going to go over to the table. We're going to pull Thomas in, and we're going to do a quick little interview with him.
Don't change that channel.
Go ahead. Are we good? All right, guys, we are good. We are playing out now round 5 of the Seattle Overpower tournament. We've got with us Thomas, who just played his, you were both 4-0 going into that match.
Yep.
So we've actually seen Andrew on camera 3 times today. How did you feel playing against his deck?
It's very good. It's very good. He's got 2 really strong characters with Witch and Wukong. Lots of ability to defend, a ton of shifts, really big attacks. We tested against a similar style, but that's kind of, his version was unique, so he played it really well too.
Yeah, I would say for sure. We were surprised. It really looked like the first couple of hands you had him on the ropes. We were actually, so let's talk about your deck, because your deck is fascinating. So no max 8 on the front line. It seems like everything is just about chaining. So
pretty much, yeah. So, the deck is mostly built off of the idea of Joan Cthulhu, right?
Yep.
Like obviously the chaining doesn't chain off of each other, so there is a limit to it. But as long as you don't involve teammates, then you can still keep a chain going, like one after one after one. So the goal is kind of to throw an ally, then throw either a Cthulhu or a Joan follow-up.
Or
if
the
you don't
three
have
multi.
the assist. Or, yeah, exactly. And then after that, you kind of just put them on the ropes. So one of the thoughts was that there's not as much defense. So if I can throw 4 attacks for every one of theirs, or maybe 2 of theirs, then they're going to run out of defense earlier. So I don't need big hits. I need like Spectrum KO.
Right. You need the KO. So you're relying on your KO pressure and your aggression to make them concede.
Yeah. So I don't bid big either. That's actually part of the game interaction. I was bidding 1 a bunch, and it kind of gives your opponents the perception that you might be ready to run. And sometimes I am. I kind of base off it. But I'm not expecting to win through Venture unless it's just extra easy. Usually it's pressure and killing guys and card advantage through them having to discard from the dead heroes.
So again, it's really kind of him getting to those cards is really sort of your kryptonite, because you're throwing so many little hits. If he's able to shift, if he can control for a whole battle the KO pressure, that makes it really hard for you to keep being the bully in the fight.
Exactly. So that's why Witch is really good with her move around, and Wukong's really good with his move around. And I will say Asclepion is really good as well, because there was 2 points in the game where him removing a hit and being able to follow it up with attack was huge. It was very significant. So I mean, that was another thing that I don't think we were testing with either. So yeah.
What did he hit you with? He did something. There was a big play. Oh no, it was your play with them. No, the Mina Harker. He hit you with the 7 and removed something off her? Is that
was huge on the second turn, I think it was.
Yeah.
So the Mina Harker 7 plus the Joan plus 2 made it a 9.
Right.
Which allowed me to remove a hit from current battle, which totally swung the second round. That actually, that was the point where I felt I was so in control, I was trying not to risk a bunch.
Right.
He was able to, there was a misstep that I made in round, I think it was the 4th round, where he had bid 3 to keep me in. And I fell for it. It was good. It was good strategy.
I was saying the same thing on the commentary. That was probably one where I think it made sense to stay a little bit, but maybe get away from it.
Yeah.
So I asked Phil Miller the same question. You know, this has kind of been Andrew's tournament to watch, but sorry. Excuse me. So we saw Phil Miller at the end of that match, and we asked him, what are you going to do differently if you go up against Andrew in the top 8, say? Because you guys are both I don't think you're locked just yet, but if you win one more, you're locked. Yeah. What's your strategy next time going into it?
I kind of I want to do most everything the same way I did. I feel like most of it worked. Pre-combat concessions, I need to accept a little bit more. I need to be able to run away even if it's going to give him a card. I wasn't worried about giving him 3. I was worried about the next turn when he could bid full for the win. Yeah. So if I had just auto conceded that 3, I still would have been healthy enough. I had plenty of gas. Him getting 2 guys was rough, but even after that, I stayed too long, like you're saying, because I could trade one guy for another guy, right? Mina Harker was going to go down, and I was going to get Witch. What I didn't plan on was the pull from the top of the deck that got the kill that, I think it was that. The
3 energy?
Yeah. That ended up killing Robin Hood too. Because Cthulhu was going to come up, and then I have a full team. But after that, it was kind of over.
Yeah.
Once I got 2 guys versus 4, I didn't even kill one of the guys. So his defense was very strong. And staying was definitely a mistake. So pre-combat concessions. Yeah,
okay. Well, you're obviously having a great day. You were undefeated going into this round. So you only losses to the other undefeated guys. So we're probably going to see you at the top 8 table, and good luck with the rest of the tournament.
Awesome. Thank you.
All right, guys, we'll have a little bit of a break. There's about 25 minutes left in this round. So we may do another interview at some point, but this is a good time to take a break. Thanks very much, everybody. Awesome. Hello, Overpower fanatics, and welcome to the 6th round of the 2025 Seattle Overpower Regional, the first $20,000 tournament of the season. This is the first Pro Tour event that Overpower has ever had, and we are excited to.
Yeah, you told us.
Started back when we took. Hello and welcome back to round 6 of the Seattle Northwest Overpower Regional, the $20,000 Pro Tour tournament, the first official Pro Tour event that the Overpower card game has ever had, even in its legacy environment. Coming with me today for the commentary has been Sean Sawyer. Sean, how are you doing today?
Oh, doing wonderful, Joe.
Sean, we have a great game here. We've got Joe Peters, who we've already seen, going up against Cory Sims, who we're seeing for the first time here.
Yeah, we saw Joe
Cory,
Peters' Wicked Witch deck that really utilizes Joan of Arc's early feminist leader.
Absolutely. You know, Joe Peters wants to get that card out early, so every character on his team is +2 to combat and intelligence actions. Over on the other side of the board, we've got a split 8 team here. We've got 3 max 8s on the front line, sort of the opposite of what we saw out of the other deck with no max 8s last round. We've got Leonidas, Zorro, Sherlock Holmes, and we've got old Mr. Watson with the Baker Street home base, giving him the venture bonus. Both of these guys are 4-1. They've been having a great day. I'm really excited to see another Baker Street deck. You know, that's one close to my heart. But I always love the creativity that Joe Peters brings to these events.
Yeah, again, we've got the common pairing of Zorro and Leonidas, but this time going with a split grid, 8 intellect Sherlock Holmes to give Cory some more negating power. Plus, he is utilizing Watson in the back, so he's going to automatically get 2 venture per battle.
And you can see right off the bat, he's placed the rapier for I think that's the Ancestral Rapier on 220B, 21B Baker Street, which is also going to trigger the Baker Street ability. It lets him look at cards from the deck. And I really appreciate Cory giving us the 2 on the thumb, the little showing us exactly how many he ventured. So Cory's going first. He's going to be down 1 card, but he still bets 2. He also does have in his hand the 5 energy. If he can snake that 5 energy through, he may either make Joe Peters use that negate, or Joe's going to have to open his hand. He's only got a couple of cards in his hand, so we're probably going to see Cory throw that 5 pretty early. Cory has to deal with the fact that his 1 per deck negate on Sherlock Holmes can be targeted with the I'll have those silver shoes currently on the Wicked Witch. So it's going to be pretty interesting to see how this goes.
Yeah, look for Cory to start throwing bombs at Wicked Witch early. Try to get her damaged before she can shift those hits over to Jane Porter. She has an avoid and opponent discard, so really don't want to be taking too many of those.
Absolutely. And you're going to see Cory does exactly what I said. He's going to open with the 5 energy. If successful, Joe will have to reveal his hand, and Cory's telling him that will trigger Baker Street. And that's going to draw one of the 3 basic universes off of Dracula's Armory. Not as good as getting the negate, but you're still happy to see him have to use that card. He's paying 3 points to use that home base. So essentially, he just defending that first attack used an entire deck building threat point. Joe puts out the ally, testing the water. Cory's going to throw the post from Zorro, and then of course, like we thought, he's going to make Cory get rid of the negate. Cory's going to say, "Nope, I negate it." Because Joe would actually be able to go get that basic universe card that he just played if it wasn't negated.
It's interesting.
Or he's going to stay in. I think this is...
Sorry, what?
I'm surprised he's still going here. I feel like if I'm Joe, I'm going to use my negate on that, and then I've got a wide open field to throw some attacks. Now, we don't know what's in Joe's hand. Maybe we could pull up that hand cam for Joe Peters and see what Joe's got left in his hand. It must be something good because he did not want him to spy on it.
So Cory's going to select the slain. He gets to look at the top 5 cards of his deck and choose one. He has to reveal it, but...
Because the echo was too loud.
Okay, all right, leave it open then.
So Cory select this lane and chose a 5 multi.
Interesting choice, because it is choosing the 5 multi does make him really able to math out what's going to hit Zorro or Sherlock Holmes. So I guess he's just banking on the fact that he's not going to have some kind of big string in his hand. Right, something's shaking the camera a little bit here. I'm not sure. Are they like leaning on one of the
Ronald's
things,
adjusting something.
I'm like gonna get motion sick here. We got to stop doing that.
Cory hits a Wicked Witch with the 4. If it is successful, he does get to look at the top cards of Joe's deck, and with Baker Street, will get to choose one of the more powerful cards to discard.
Probably. Oh wow!
And that is why
that's
he
an
didn't want to
unfortunate drop
reveal
for
his
Joe.
hand. Joe Peters plays his Cataclysm Lockout. Fairy Protection.
You can see the look on Joe's face. He's just saying to himself, I was trying to get something big with that, and I'm just gonna toss it. It looks like he had his disorient opponent, which unfortunately is not very good in this situation.
It's very powerful if they have a teamwork. Oh my goodness, Joe just discarded. That happened the first game. We watched Joe Peters' second hand. He drew all of his 8s in the same hand.
Well, they're doing some placing. We've got an ally on Sherlock Holmes. We've got an offensive negate on Sherlock Holmes. Cory's got the Gemini at this point, too, so it might be interesting to see what he decides to Gemini back.
I'm almost certainly going to look to see if Joe places a big power card and he goes and gets that negate back.
That is true. Having that negate at this point would be pretty beneficial to him. I lost a little bit of the feed. Do you still have it, Sean?
No, I do not. It's completely black.
All right. Well, we've still got the face cam, so I'm sure Ronald's going to be on it. Let's come over to just take a look at something. So we've paused play for a second.
It's very interesting how things work, and then
we went to this.
Excuse me?
Did Cory play the Gemini before the camera went down?
I think they haven't even ventured yet, so.
We really apologize. We hate to interrupt a feature match.
More fun technical difficulties.
Hey, when Ron stands like this, it looks like Cory's super tall.
I would only be able to buy them at a
All right. Sorry, guys. We're having a little bit of technical difficulty here with the cameras. Not really sure what it was. We were doing great up till now, but they're going to get it figured out, and we're going to be right back to you. Luckily, play has been paused. We're going to probably edit this out of the final one, so you'll be able to tell your friends what it was like to see it in person. Be telling your grandkids about it. Looks like it's I just got a message. It's the battery on the camera. So it looks like the camera battery's down.
That will happen.
So as soon as we get this battery flipped out or get a power source in, we will be good to go. All right, he's putting it into place right now. I do like this technical difficulty graphic that we've created. We're really, guys, we're really trying to step up these broadcasts for you. Cooler graphics, better music, sooner or later, better commentators. And we're back up.
Okay. Here we go.
All right, so it looks like they've gone into the next hand. No? Am I wrong?
No, you're right.
See
Cory has 4 in hand, and he's got 6 placed. Joe Peters just runs pre-battle.
So that was the hand where he had the Gemini. Unfortunately, he loses 3 quick strokes, which he hates to see go. A couple of good power cards. Joe seems like he made the right call here. He was gonna get pretty pummeled. Now both of them have been, and Joe's been running a lot, so Joe is gonna have to try to get himself to a position to win, and Cory is just really gonna draw the best thing he could. His Grim Reaper. He's going to get his fairy protection. So he's already got a couple of huge bombs. He's got great cards placed. Joe Peters is going to have to really put together whatever it is his deck is trying to do this hand if he wants to stay in this game and stay alive. Now, the really tough part about
absolutely.
Joe's deck...
Cory is even...
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
I was just saying the really tough part about Sherlock Holmes is he's really positioned, since Cory is actually playing multiple of those offensive negates. Joe really wants to get out the early Feminist Leader and some other static special cards, and that's just going to put him in a position. It's putting Cory in the position where he can deal with those. And it's interesting, it's an interesting design space. A lot of people sort of thought those cards were worthless or didn't really, they were comparing them to the power creep that the original game had. And we're seeing that being, between Andrew doing it with Asclepion and being undefeated, Cory being one of the highest 4-in-1s and having exactly what he needs in this match against Joe to deal with some of his strongest mechanics. Clearly, it's a powerful card. Here's the Oracle text on the left. This is the card that Joe's deck is built around. Early Feminist Leader, Joan of Arc, and any female teammates are +2 to any combat or intelligence actions for remainder of game. Joe is saying, go ahead. This doesn't affect this. Go ahead.
Cory leads with an ally, and then he plays Sherlock's card that lets him go through Joe's deck and pull a card out. With Baker Street, he does get to pull a second one out. So he's really making sure that if the game goes long, Joe is going to have 2 less bombs to throw.
Now, I think right off the bat, he looks like he's targeting Joe's speed, like his ability to throw the teammates. He takes out the 1 protect negate. Oh, he took out his power leech also.
His Grim Reaper, absolutely.
So one thing
Now
that
that
I
card
think
is
they were just
slow,
talking
but
about.
what was that?
Sorry, we're getting a weird delay here and talking over each other. What I was saying is the order in which he chooses the cards that get discarded matters, and I think this is what they're calling. So Cory can say, I'm going to find the Grim Reaper with the 221 Baker Street ability, and then I'm going to get the negate for Mina Harker, and I'm going to get that with the other ability, so they're both removed from the game. I think that's what the confusion was. Is as long as he does as long as he uses Baker Street to get rid of the Grim Reaper, it will just go to the defeated characters pile. So Cory is right in that instance. As long as he selects properly, he can make both of those cards go to the defeated characters pile. It's a little bit of a more complex interaction, but he is correct about it. Joe Peters is going to fire back. He does an ally. Cory blocks, and then Joe's going to combine his early feminist leader with the Joan of Arc. I forget the name of
Inspirational
that
leadership.
particular card. Inspirational leadership. That's going to come across as a 6, and both teammates are going to get attacks that, if built properly, should be pretty boosted.
Yeah, any blue or orange that Joe throws is going to get a +2. So very hard for him to block.
Was that 300 that he just used? Yep. So he's using
Yeah, that
300
he had to use his
defensively.
8.
And I think, too, a lot of people were worried about that 8 on Leonidas when the set was first released, telling us how overpowered it was going to make Leonidas. He was going to be unbeatable. And what I told them is usually the truth. 300 is going to get used just to defend Leonidas most of the time. Like it's kind of an 8 or less avoid almost with an occasional offensive action. And not to say it isn't insane to have a colored 8, but we're seeing, obviously, Leonidas isn't a character that's dominating in every single game. You have to still use it creatively.
We have seen him a lot this tournament, but it's interesting that Cory chose to use the 8 instead of the lockout. Now, his other characters don't have any hits. If he absorbed one of the follow-up from Joe, he'd still have that 8 to throw right now.
It's true. I don't know if his idea is just to maybe he doesn't want the other characters to get damaged at all. Dane Porter and Zorro may not attack for remainder of battle. That's what he's trying to do here.
And that's going to pin that card in the back. And any card in Cory's hand that as also cannot be played. But that also does pin Joe's teamwork.
But Cory chooses to offensively negate it on his turn and loosen that card up. Now, Cory is sitting on his power leech, and he's really trying to exhaust everything in Joe's hand. And I think he's hoping Joe's going to get greedy and try to negate that fairy protection.
Well, I think what he did was he wanted to offensively negate the hit that card to try to have Joe use his negate defensively, but he didn't bite.
Nope, he didn't. And now Cory's sitting on 4 actions before he has to throw that power leech. And at some point you just throw it and you just eat the negate just to eat it up. So, power leech Grim Reaper isn't going to do you any good if it just goes to the discard pile after a concession.
Especially considering Joe's negate will be there for the next battle. You're absolutely right. Although I think now Joe, he has too many teamwork showing. I don't think Cory can take a turn to lure that out. Yeah, he just had to run. There's too much teamwork.
Look at that. He had the avoid in his hand anyway. So had he used the negate and Cory got greedy and stayed in a little long to throw that, Joe still would have avoided it and still would have punished him with the teamwork. So I think Cory actually gets a little lucky getting out of that hand without more damage on his characters.
No, absolutely. But now you're going to see Joe Peters has a commanding placing advantage. It's going to take a lot from Cory. Since we just saw his Grim Reaper discarded, he's going to take a lot from Cory to bounce back from that.
It's a pretty even game so far, though. A few hits on each person, pretty even on venture so far. We've seen a lot of the bombs go by for each character. We've seen the one thing we didn't see is Cory did not do Harness the Wind when he did the card. He chose to get rid of Morgan Le Fay's negate instead of Harness the Wind, and now we're seeing it placed. So Joe just placed Harness the Wind. I think that is an auto get rid of for me. I would way rather have him negate a single card than have an entire battle where he can shift hits. And I'll say if Cory does kind of lose steam and doesn't win this one, that's probably going to be the main thing I attribute to the loss.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Getting rid of Grim Reaper is a no-brainer. The swings when it lands is just too great, but also Harness the Wind is an entire battle. Yeah, an entire battle
basically
where Joe is in control.
Yeah, where you know it's going to be next to impossible to kill a character. Like that's the power of that card. You know, you're still losing on venture. Long term, you take a lot of damage, but like it's so much control in a single battle to just pressure the other person with KO.
So it looks like Cory has 2 cards in hand and he has 7 placed. I don't know what Joe has in hand, but he also has 7 placed. I believe he is, when they drew 8, depending on duplicates, I think Joe had a 3-card advantage.
And that's the other thing about Harness the Wind. It is just a card advantage machine. If you get a couple of low hits, you know, Cory's got the 2 and the 3 brute force placed. All Joe has to do is play Harness the Wind, throw both of those on one character, and it's like he doesn't have to block either, and he ends up with 5 brute force damage on a character and has chewed up 2 more of Cory's cards, including also this brute force 3 here. You know, that if he plays the Harness the Wind now, all 3 of those cards are essentially the same as getting hit with a 8 brute force.
Yeah, I'm curious as to why Joe didn't bet a little more aggressively. He knows that Cory's lockout, his Grim Reaper are gone. He has a 3-card placing advantage and Harvest the Wind. I was almost certain he was going to punch a little harder, but he's choosing to just maintain and bet conservatively.
Ooh, nice play. Nice play. So the elite swordman, the 7 attack comes across. Clearly, Protection of St. Michael was going to get a target. There's so much combat coming across the board. But it's now going to lock down any blue icon that might be in Cory's hand. Oh, wow. Oh, devastating. He throws the 8-half multi. Cory does not have a defense, and Cory loses an 8 and a 4. That is a 20-point venture swing. That is
patron saint of France got the bonus from early feminist leader and went up and over the power card defense. Now, had he used the 8 to block Wicked Witch's 7, he still would have had that Freya avoid 1 attack. Zora would be alive. He just chose the wrong order.
Yeah, that's a great point. Cory's going to block with the 4 because he can no longer attack with it because of the Protection of St. Michael. And then Joe's just going to build up a little bit of cumulative damage on him right now. Cory doesn't have to block this. He's probably going to let it hit. And now he's going to throw, well, it looks like he was thinking about the 8. He's just going to throw a small hit that's for the kill. Don't know how many cards are in Joe's hand here. Joe plays them literally close to the vest, so it looks like he's thinking about this pretty hard, so it must be a choice of using the 7 or not.
If he uses the 7, he probably doesn't have a follow-up for that teamwork. I mean,
That's
you
probably
want to
Joe's
get
consideration.
maximum value out of Harvest the Wind. But he only ventured 2, so maybe he wants to keep it for next battle when he can go for the wind and really make sure.
Yeah, I don't think at this point Joe's going to blow that Harness the Wind. He's got to save it. I think his question is, do I block a 3 with a 7 and essentially give up 11 points of venture that I could offensively throw? But he must, I think he does it. I think he either chooses to do it and concedes. But then the other question is, if he does it, is he just going to play Harness the Wind on the next attack, I think it looks like Joe has no cards in hand, so this puts him in a really interesting position.
Yeah, for me, I would play Harvest the Wind now. It's going, he only has 1 card in hand. I get to throw 2 at Leonidas. Yes, I don't have Harvest the Wind in a later battle, but I've killed Zorro. I'm almost certainly going to get Leonidas or at least close to death. I think that's worth the using the Harvest the Wind.
I may actually play Harness the Wind and just throw both attacks at Sherlock Holmes. He does. Okay, so Joe chooses to go with the 7, so almost certainly we're going to see a concede here.
Oh.
Joe passed?
No,
There's no follow-up. And played a 3 brute force.
He passed, and then he used the teamwork avoid to make him discard the placed one.
Yeah, disorient opponent can do that. So now Cory has to decide if he wants to throw that 8 or not. I think it's a mistake. I don't think he should be throwing this. Joe's going to let it hit.
You're not going to win venture. Yeah, it's not for the kill. You're not going to win venture.
I know Cory has a 3rd one, so I'll give Cory the credit of knowing his own deck. I mean, I don't know if he has a 3rd one, so I'll give Cory. He may just be worried he's going to dupe on it, and we'll see if he's correct when he draws his hand.
And we'll apologize to Cory. Where's that hand cam?
Yeah, let's see if we can get a look at these guys' hands.
Oh, he did have it.
All right.
He just placed it on Leonidas.
So
well done,
Cory places it again. All right.
Don't listen to the guys in the booth.
I think he even said, "I'm glad I used that." Joe's got a ally, a Little John ally, a 3 multi, a 4 multi. He's got an 6 any power teamwork. So Cory gets double 8s placed to Leonidas. So Leonidas coming back with a vengeance. Now I will say again, we have not seen a lot of people playing Shield Phalanx in their Leonidas decks.
It seems that a lot of these hands really only have 2 or 3 power cards. So maybe people just don't want to, waste the deck space or the action to get it into play. If you get into the power pack, it's almost certainly a winning card, but maybe people just don't see it as efficient as we do. Oh, and there we go.
And we go. Look, every card we talk about, he immediately has it. All right. Well, that's a great card. I'm curious if he's playing a 3rd non-numerical. Yeah, I'm curious if he's playing a 3rd non-numerical negate. It'll be really interesting to see if he has that to get rid of this early feminist leader. Also,
I'm
have
honestly
we
with
seen
the
Cory's Merlin yet?
No, I don't think we have. But I'm very surprised he's running it, 2 of those offensive negates, considering the split grid. You'd almost certainly target Sherlock Holmes because he doesn't have the power card defense.
But I think people drastically underestimate what Holmes brings to the table. I feel like he's one of the most underestimated characters.
Joe plays Select the Slain. He does have 6 cards placed. Cory has 6 cards placed, but I think he has a lot more cards in hand, so he just reveals a power card.
I think one of the things that is really underestimated is how good that 5 energy is. So we're going to see it thrown right here. Now he's probably not remembering that the 4 can just block it. He can use early feminist leader through either the combat or the intelligence slot to make it a 6 to defend. But man, that 5 when placed right and revealing the hand and making him discard, it's so nasty. Joe's reaching over. He's assessing the missions. He's trying to decide what he wants to do here. Wonder if he's on top of it.
Now, one thing Cory has to be wary of is Joe has Harvest the Wind placed, and Jane Porter's Not a Damsel in Distress. So if he's holding a bomb card for the end of the hand, Joe Peters can just shift any attack to Jane Porter, avoid it, and whatever Cory's been holding in his hand, he has to discard.
And Joe's probably been saving that combo. I'm guessing he doesn't want to use it, but he does opt for the bonus. And he's explaining to Cory. Cory says, "Wait, let me read how disgusting this card is."
He's like, God.
Oh, right. Yeah, you're right. It's incredibly gross.
He's like, why haven't I used my offensive negates to target it and get rid of it?
All right. Cory still has both those 8s, so I think Cory wants to force him to use that the shift. That's what I think. I would bait him. I would throw the 8 combat power card here, hope that he throws it into the avoid, makes me discard the card, and then just run away, defend my guys. He's got the other 8 that he can defend with.
Yeah, absolutely. You don't want to throw the 8 special offensively because it'll just get negated. But you're absolutely right. I would play the 8 power card, thinking, of course, because those will replenish itself. We are a little blurry here, guys. Sorry about that.
It might just be a lot of people. I think we're using the house internet right now, so we might just be getting a little interference on the stream. Joe places, it looks like to the reserve, he places Hades, which seems weird to me. He played
interesting.
Hades.
Oh, he played it. Okay.
All right, so he runs away.
We don't even know
they return the venture. Very interesting play. We both got 5 cards placed now.
Maybe he's just trying to win the battle. He knows, he's taking his time. He knows he's up a character. Leonidas is 1 hit from dead. He's just biding his time. He has no reason to trade. There's that negate.
So he had not used it. He puts it over on Dr. Watson, and the doctor is gonna just lean on it.
Doctor is in.
So it looks like Cory's teamworks were kind of buried. We haven't seen him with much teamwork in action, and then this we see him get 2 here. That's going to bode well.
And no, absolutely. And it doesn't look like he has a lot of power cards in his hand. So if Joe throws the inspirational leadership, then that's a kill shot against Leonidas, and the 3 on Wicked Witch is also a kill shot.
Huge bet here.
Both of. Oh,
Joe just went 5 for the win. So Cory draws 3. He keeps 2. Win. He gets rid of a 5 half multi into the dead pile. All right, so they're going to fight this out. Cory does the 2 that he's definitely going to do. And he starts off throwing the attack at Joan of Arc. I think the problem here is going to just be the harness the wind. You know, this is the same thing that happened in the other game is Joe's going to throw it out there and just survive as long as he can with it. And he's got the negate to negate the negate. So, wow, we are just unbelievably blurry right now, guys. I apologize for that. We can barely make out anything on the screen right now.
So I think that was another Sherlock
that was the
5.
No, that's the give them nothing. So Booth, it's not the camera that's blurry, it's the entire stream.
Yeah, now we're looking at the table edge. Did somebody hit the camera?
No, he switched cameras. Yeah, it's nothing to do with the camera. It's just it's like the entire stream. It's just the signal. So Joe puts the harness the wind in play. He shifts. Oh, this is for Sparta. He shifts it over, and then did he let it hit? I'm really confused what's happening right here.
He used his avoid.
And then he shuffled it back in the deck.
Cory gets rid of his 4. Energy, make an additional.
So Cory's up a venture on 4. And there we go. That's nice. We got a nice clear picture again. So and it's back. All right, so Cory, Joe's trying to throw a big string here. Joe throws the 4. Cory defends with the 6. Joe throws another 4, and then Wicked Witch and Joan of Arc will get to make an additional attack. And Cory says, "Now I got to negate that. I just can't let that slide."
No, absolutely the right call. You almost certainly were going to have to spend one of your big 8 cards to block a 3. So negate it now and get pure venture.
And I do kind of like this, even though he's got the 8s there. I like at this point just throw as many hits out there as you can. And maybe you can set up a situation where the rest of the cards that you have to attack with are going to be kill shots anyway. You know, if he can defend the next attack on Leonidas and then still have the 2 8s and the teamwork in the 1, he can throw those. And the blue teamwork's brutal right now for Joe, even with Harness the Wind. And then the 8s are going to start killing anybody. Joe Peters doesn't really have anywhere to sink intellect hit, a 1 brute force, or a gigantic 8 combat. I have no idea what that card is. A one
It's a
fighting.
one combat.
Oh, and he has to block it with the 8. And that is a very,
Now,
very sad situation.
and now
He's
Joe knows that Cory can't block the 3 that's on Wicked Witch.
Now, Cory may still be able to pull this out here. Sean, are you still there?
Oh, absolutely. Oh, I think we lost Joe. So he lets that hit. He shifts the attack to Jane Porter and lets Jane Porter get KO'd. Oof. He had the avoid in his hand. Oh, great.
Interesting that he got rid of the 8 for the low card and saved the avoid. I think I would have used the avoid and then made that teamwork string with 3 attacks.
Yeah.
I do like the pacing here. Joe says pass. I'm a little unclear on why. Oh, Joe has a whole mitt full of cards is why, and Cory's down to just a couple. Or 0.
Yeah, he's just letting him hit, and now, since it's for the win, he can just
Cherry pick. So that's 8. That's a 7. And he's going to sacrifice Joan of Arc.
That's
Wow.
so good.
And
He
that
played
is
a
something.
card. He played a card to KO his own character, wiping out all of Cory's venture.
Let's put that one up on the screen. So that is burned at the stake. Interestingly enough, there's been players here and there that try to play those, KO somebody and get rid of all their venture cards, and they're really hard to make work. But Joe just playing it as a one-off at the end and using Wicked Witch to set up a couple of big hits is kind of a brilliant strategy. So
Fantastic. Fair play to Joe. There's Doug eyeing his son and what just happened.
I don't think he knows he's leaning in that close to the camera. Unfortunately, right behind, you'll see we've got Doug Taylor did get paired up against Andrew Taylor. They are the 1st and the 2nd seed. So father and son are playing over there in the corner. We're down to 1 round after this, Sean. You've seen most of the field on camera. We haven't got to see Doug Taylor, the number 2 seed. But what are you thinking as far as this tournament goes? Who's your prediction to take it all down?
Oh, I don't know. That's a good question. Well, I really liked Tom K's Cthulhu deck. I thought he played really well. He had a couple of favorable exchanges, but the way he was utilizing a placing advantage, it's like I said, it's going to take something pretty special to beat him. So look for him definitely to make it past the first round of 8.
I put Andrew out there early on, and he hasn't slowed down yet. He hasn't lost a game. I think that ability to double shift in a field where it doesn't look like I haven't seen a single Van Helsing who brings the card that just deals with that entire strategy.
Well, there
Same
are
with
a couple. Yeah, there are a couple of people that are frontlining Jane Porter, like we just saw with Joe Peters.
Absolutely.
Yeah, she brings a KL that would just rock Andrew's deck to the core. So it's really fun to see that so many people are coming up with so many different mechanics, and there's always an answer out there. You just have to look for them.
Yep, and I think that's what you're going to see. I'll call it now. So when we get to Columbus in August, I bet you're going to see Van Helsing decks and Jane decks, combinations of both. You're going to see more Hercules with his 1 per deck to pick off that card. I think people are going to start to understand how important getting rid of those effects that stay around for the battle or the game really is.
No, absolutely. I'm already planning my own Van Helsing deck because he's really good right now.
All right, guys, let's head over the table and let's have a little conversation with Cory Sims. We haven't got to chat with him yet. The Sims family has, multiple people here. Doug Sims is here. His son Cory used to play back in the day. His daughter Jessica and her husband Nor have now joined the game. They're all strong players. Nor was the first person to qualify for the Nationals. We've already got, I think Doug's already qualified, and Cory's looking to be the next one in the family to qualify for this one. So you never count any of those guys out. Let's head over to the side there, and let's do a quick little interview with Cory.
Quick shout out to Jessica. She beat the #1 ranked player in Marcel. So good stuff for the Sims family.
All right, guys, we'll be right back with you in a minute with this interview. All right, we are now in round 6 of the Pro Tour event, the first Pro Tour event ever for Overpower. There wasn't even a Pro Tour back in the day, just a Nationals. We're here with Cory Sims. Cory, you just had a tough loss there against Joe Peters. We've seen him on camera a few times. What is your record now going into this?
That'll be 4-2 now. 4-1 going into the match. 4-2 now.
You definitely felt like you had control for a good portion of the game. What do you think about what went wrong? Is there a turning point where you felt like you made a mistake? Did Joe just come back? What do you think happened there?
Well, Joe's a great player, so you can't give him any room. And that third hand, I ventured one, planning to just run, because I knew that I was down on cards and I was trying to bring it back with the place cards. And I didn't run right away. I stayed in to try to get him to play a couple place cards. And I ended up only taking that 4 intellect on Leonidas, but it made such a big difference moving forward when I finally, did concede and we moved forward in the game. I just wasn't able to come back because of that early pressure that he was able to get on Leonidas. So I think that was a turning point of where I was having to be a lot more scrappy with what I was doing. But Joe was also building up his war chest and just getting down to those cards that he knew was coming and he knew he needed. So
we've seen Joe's deck with the Wicked Witch. We've seen Andrew having a ton of success with the Wicked Witch. She was on nobody's radar coming into this tournament. No one was talking about the Wicked Witch. What is your strategy to deal with her? Because most decks are going to run the Gemini and the ability to get Harness the Wind back.
Right.
So hold on one second. We've got an announcement. So that was the last hand call. So you have a chance to get to the top 8. Yeah. So if you get to the top 8, what is your strategy if you sit across from one of the Wicked Witch cards again?
That's a great point, Joe. I was playtesting Wicked Witch thinking that I might want to bring her to the tournament, but I wasn't comfortable enough. And my 2 losses now in the tournament are both to Wicked Witch, Andrew, who you mentioned, and Joe now. So my strategy, I don't know, hopefully get her before Harness the Whirlwind gets into play, because that's tough. She gets to choose where the attacks go, and then if you've got avoids or teammate avoids, they do what they can. So I think you just got to maybe try and plow through her early if possible, and maybe have a negate ready with Sherlock's offensive negate to maybe offensively negate that Harness the Whirlwind.
So that was what I was going to say, what we thought was interesting. So you're playing at least, I'm not going to ask how many, but we saw 2 in that game.
Yeah.
So between his 1 per deck negate and his 2 offensive negates, you're playing Baker Street. Are you going to consider you could actually have 2 of them placed to deal with it? Are you at a point where you think you would forego negating some of the bigger things like his 8 or... Let me ask you this, actually, a much better question. Yeah. If you're playing Joe again, he's got early feminist leader in play. He plays Harness the Wind. What is your priority based on those 2 cards? Because those are 2 huge cards in that deck.
That's a great question, and I maybe should get after the feminist card just because of my deck is able to defend a lot of 8s with the Leonidas 8 power special and then the 8 power card over here. So maybe getting rid of that so he can't have +2 and then just deal with him moving the hits where he can, because then at least that way I can maybe help control Ventura a little bit more so than just, again, I was on the ropes that whole time. Yeah, so I do run the 2 offensive negate and then Merlin's Magic. So I've got 4 ways you would think to deal with it. Yeah, so maybe not negating the Jones 4 to make 2 additional attacks from each, the frontline heroes, but that was a little scary too. So,
well, that's a lot of times we've seen so many times somebody losing a match in the Swiss, and just the experience of that one game is enough to be a victory. You've said yourself, you've gone up against her twice now, so we'll be really interested to see. I wish you luck. I hope you win your next match, and we see you in the top 8, and we see how you do.
Thank you, Joe.
Good luck next round. Thanks very much. All right, guys, we are in last hand for this round. So 5-10 minute break, and then we're going to be back with the last round of Swiss. Thanks very much, everybody. All right, everybody, it's going to be an exciting round. Round 7, the last round of the Swiss, the last chance that these players have to secure one of their spots in the top 8, to get into the money, to get into the glory. When even the 8th spot is $500, at least one box in product. I don't remember how many we did. Prize packs and bragging rights for being in the top 8 of the first Pro Tour event for Overpower ever. For the $20,000 event spread out over the top. I want to talk a little bit about going into this top 8. We've got some great... So Andrew Taylor did win his last round. He is still undefeated. He did have to play his father, knocking his father to 4-2. He got the pair down against his father, but Andrew's gone through it undefeated. So now we've got Doug Taylor playing Marcel the GOAT, and pretty much both of their tournament lives are going to be on the line here. Whoever wins this will most likely make the top 8. Whoever loses this is most likely out of the top 8. So this is a very important game, and it's two players whose decks we have not seen.
Absolutely. We've got it's Hercules and 220 Baker Street versus the Mummy. Is that
that's the
it's
Mummy?
very
That's
blurry.
Robin Hood. That's Sun Wukong. And Billy the Kid on
Oh.
Marcel's side. He's playing an Ask a Pleon build, not surprising with Sun Wukong and the Mummy. Doug is playing, again, you know, this really says a lot about this environment. I'm always nervous to not have my grids aligned, and we have seen some of the top decks in this tournament just say, yeah, that doesn't matter anymore. You know, like, we're seeing a deck here with Morgan Le Fay as a 7 energy, Hercules as a 6 combat, 8 brute force, a 6 combat, Dr. Watson, and an 8 intelligence Sherlock Holmes. Just completely not trying to line up the grids much at all. Really, the 4 intelligence is the most aligned grid that they have, I believe. So looking at Marcel's hand, Marcel gets his negate out early. For Sun Wukong, again, sorry guys, we're having a little bit of a bandwidth issue, but that looks to be the...
Looks like transformation trickery.
Doug's going to put down Isis, the 2 multi on the home base. He's also got the Avoid on Hercules, which is pretty good for the start of the match. Just gives Hercules a little bit of that extra defense. Doug does try to place the 7 to him, which he can't do, so he opts to throw it on Baker Street. Now, hopefully revealing that by accident doesn't change his overall strategy. We see an ally go down on Robin Hood. Now, one thing that's going to be interesting to see, I hope Doug Taylor places it or gets it off this battle. He's going to be able to go through Marcel's deck, pick out any 2 cards he wants and gets rid of them. And I know Marcel is somebody who prides himself on building really interesting decks that sometimes have tricks in them. So Doug Taylor's ability to play a card and look through the entire deck is going to drive Marcel crazy.
Yeah, the value in that play would not be to remove the cards, but to get the information of what he's going to be seeing throughout this match.
You never really know, too. You know, Marcel knows that players are going to not want to attack Robin Hood or Sun Wukong because the teammate avoid a power card draw is so strong from the Mummy. He may be running 0 of those. You know, he may be running everything else for the Mummy to trigger Asclepion and just using it as a trick. So, you know, there's looking through there and knowing exactly what is actually in there and how many specials for each character is going to completely dictate for Doug how he approaches the rest of this match.
Absolutely. You're going to see Doug try to throw some big bombs at somebody, and you're going to see Marcel using transformation trickery to shift into those avoid and draws.
Hercules gets the 8 down. It looks like Marcel goes 1. Doug Taylor's going to reach for 2. Marcel only ends up with 4 cards placed to Doug's 5. Clearly, Marcel is not happy about that. Marcel is a very good player. He must have any character cards in hand that he doesn't have the ability to place. And one thing I'll say that's interesting about how we see stuff come back around, there was a time when the earlier version of the round table was the only home base anybody would play. And now we've pretty much only seen it once the entire day on camera. Version of the round and now on camera. Marcel pulled up one of his place cards and he fires off Quartermain, the leader of the League of Extraordinary Gentlemen, is going to jump over there and take a shot at Sherlock Holmes. Now, Doug's got an any power card in hand, so he clearly can block it. It's just the question is, does he want to blow the extra venture?
Well, it's funny when you have a split grid like both of them, those little shots you can't really determine. Is that a main stat or not? Mummy has high energy. Sun Wukong has a 5. So really, Doug has to determine. See, there we go. More energy coming.
Now he's got the 6 in hand, but this is the difficult part of splitting your grid as much as Doug Taylor had. Sherlock Holmes can't play that 6. And Marcel plays that brilliantly. Throws out a couple of low energy hits off suit. Gets Doug to blow both of his defensive cards, then follows up the string with Oni and Succubus, the 7 Brute Force any character card, which is relatively offsuit for this deck. Mummy being the only character that could throw a high Brute Force card.
Yeah, that was a great play by Marcel to draw out the defense and land a big hit.
And it puts Doug to the same choice. You know, Marcel's got 2 cards in hand. Is he firing back? I got to say, if I'm Doug and I've got any kind of defense in hand, I would call Marcel's bluff, and I would throw that 2 multi right at the Mummy and just test the water and see what happens. Or I'd throw out the Sherlock Holmes card now, either eat the negate or try to see what's in there. But I don't think I would run on this one. I think I would see what else I can get. I don't think Marcel's going to have the ability to string.
Quick shout I've got more cards, and he went 1 now.
You?
Oh,
he runs away.
He ran away.
And he might be right. You know, we haven't really seen what's in Marcel's hand, but he had the Gemini and he had a
Gemini that really couldn't get anything. So if he threw something, you almost certainly would have seen Marcel run away.
And he could have got the 2 multi to stick on Mummy, or he would have forced Sun Wukong to blow the transformation trickery and only get 1 shot back. So, you know, it's a tough call, though. Like, if you're in Doug's situation, this is your tournament life on the line, and you don't necessarily dare to risk it? What if he does just have a teamwork and the 3 kills him, you know? So it's easy from the booth to make these big claims, but this is a tournament where if Doug wins this game, he's in $500 and has a shot at 10,000. So the amount of pressure that these players are feeling right now, it's very easy in the booth to wax intellectual about it. Now, Marcel drew one of the new events from the prize pack for the John Carter event, and that event reads, if any, you can choose any one card on the table for the opponent that has a remainder of battle or remainder of game effect, remainder of game effect only. And you can discard it from play, but the opponent will be +3 that battle. Now, Doug doesn't have anything in play, so Marcel essentially dupes on it and chooses the Giant card, which is the other event card. So both he and Doug will choose a frontline character, and they can shift attacks away from that character for the remainder of this battle.
And for Marcel's deck, that is fantastic. Being able to choose who you're going to send the defense away from. He chooses the mummy, so you're almost certainly going to see an avoid power card and draw.
And even if you don't, you're definitely going to think that you do have that. So Marcel places an 8, and then immediately Doug places Duality. Duality is such an amazing card for Morgan Le Fay. Duality says opponent must discard a placed card, and then Morgan Le Fay gets to draw a card. So not only is it a 2-for-1, but it's a 2-for-1 usually for their best placed card. You're most likely going to see him want to use up that negate, because if he can use up the negate, then he's going to still get the draw effect of it. If he plays it early and gets it negated, it's just going to be a 1-for-1. He places a Wukong 6. If it hits, opponent has to discard a placed card, placed universe card. So that would get rid of that teamwork.
Yeah, of Wukong's choice. So that's a way that he could target one of Hercules' teammates, and Hercules would still have to get rid of that teamwork placed to him, going around
card.
Hercules avoid 1 attack.
Absolutely. Now, Hercules does have his 7 on the home base still. Doug's got the avoid. He's got the 7 and the 8, any power card, I believe. It looks like he's got a couple other good specials in his hand. So Doug Taylor's definitely got a hand that he can play with here, and he can shift the attacks away from Sherlock Holmes. So Sherlock's not in a lot of threat here. It will be interesting to see. I think he's got the 3 also for Morgan Le Fay. I don't know if that'll come into play, but there's always a situation where she could play the 3, which allows her to use a teammate special, could be placed anywhere. She could follow it up with that 7 and have a devastating 1-2 punch. And we might even see maybe that's how he's going to draw out that negate and make the duality really insane.
Yeah, I like that play. That would be good.
Now, he does have the power card in the 7. Now, this is going to be where we see if the GOAT has really absorbed the complexity of the new rules. I believe, the Hercules 7, if we can bring that up, I believe it's called Protector of Mankind. I don't think that one is a power card, actually. I think it's a level 7 attack or defense. We didn't want it to be combined with a universe card. So he can throw an ally, the 3, and the 7 in the mummy teamwork. Yes, there it is, as an attack or defense. So if it says it acts as a power card, then the mummy card would be able to trigger it and avoid a power card. But that would also mean it could combine with basic universes, and that's it can't do that as just an attack or a defense. So Doug definitely has some offensive heat that mummy card can't avoid.
Also, he does have his any hero avoid 1 attack. So if Marcel just can't put a string together, Doug can definitely just counter and stay in this match. So.
And we'll see, too, Marcel's not representing a ton of big hits. Now, Marcel is representing transformation trickery, but most of the reason he probably has that in play is to feed attacks into those avoid and draws. So he's probably not going to want to use it this battle if he doesn't have to. So, again, Doug's going to
not with the event in place.
No, Doug's going to want to look to make him have to use that and just pressure Robin Hood, I would think, or maybe Sun Wukong. It's just so tough to pressure Sun Wukong, though, because Sun Wukong can play the Blessing of the Five Elements and heal everything.
He is an invincible, immortal monkey.
It's been pretty interesting. We definitely saw a lot more Sun Wukong than we expected, and it's been interesting how much Wicked Witch has been. I think she's the sleeper of the tournament, the big hit.
Yeah, I mean, people definitely have become hip to how strong that one card she has. But yeah, at the beginning of this event, I said to somebody that Sun Wukong was so strong out of the gate, but he hasn't really made an appearance, and here we are watching another Sun Wukong deck, so very happy. Now, he can shift that and block it using Marcel's own event. Now, if you're going to let that hit, I would shift it to Hercules, and he just goes out and gets Transformation Trickery in play?
Well, that's an interesting play. I don't know.
To the mummy, and then his event says he can shift away from the mummy?
No, unfortunately, and Marcel may not understand this, and I hope this doesn't cost him the tournament. There is only one shift per turn. If he attacks the Robin Hood and it forces it to shift into the mummy, so hold on, we've got Transformation Trickery right here. Let's read the wording, because I don't know if it's a force shift or not. Choose, sorry, it's a little blurry and hard to read. Choose Sun Wukong or teammate. Any attacks made against Sun Wukong's team may be shifted
to chosen character. Yeah.
So he's essentially, with the event, created a pseudo vertigo event. He can shift any hit that doesn't have an energy icon over to Mummy. If he puts all the brute force and all of the combat on the Mummy, then the Mummy won't die. But if he attacks the Mummy, everything he shifts goes the other direction. So he can kind of choose where it goes. And I think Marcel understands this interaction.
Yes, Doug is just asking Sean for clarification, and big shout out to Sean Ballantyne for coming all the way from Canada to be our judge.
Yeah, Sean Ballantyne's been doing a fabulous job as our head judge. We're very lucky to have him.
I guess I should clarify, all the way from East Canada, because Seattle is really close to the Canadian border.
Yeah, he came from just outside of Toronto.
The other side of Canada.
So now he's chosen to attack Sun Wukong, so that I believe that Marcel has the option to shift it away. But it's going to depend which hits he wants to absorb the most of on Sun Wukong.
Yeah.
Sorry, on the Mummy. Now he could shift this away, and he could use the power card Avoid. So it's a question of what he wants to do here. I think if I'm Marcel, I shift the 4, I let it hit somebody like Sun Wukong, and then I use the other shift to avoid the 8. Sorry, I let the 8 hit the Mummy, and then I shift the multi-power attack. That's the one I think I would avoid and draw, because that's such a good kill shot, and that's exactly what Marcel wants to avoid having happened here, is getting an energy icon or a kill shot over on that Mummy. But we'll see. Marcel may be just really focused on getting that 2-venture victory and maybe thinking about what to do here. Marcel does have a 5 intellect in his hand, so he also could just shift it to Robin Hood and use the 5 intellect to block it.
It does not look like he has the defensive avoid and draw in his hand.
He has a place to the Mummy.
Oh, well, there we go. I saw a 5, and I think he has a 7 in his hand as well.
Yeah, no, it was the last card he placed during the placing phase. Very interesting. I gotta say, Marcel, I love watching Marcel play. I get why he's so secretive about his decks, because he really does come up with interesting stuff. And no one has come up with this yet. No one has realized that this event combined with transformation trickery is just shy of being a full vertigo. And he's going to do it. So he did exactly what I said. He's going to avoid and draw, and I didn't see what it is, but it is a keeper. Let's see if we can cut over to that Marcel hand cam and see if Marcel's holding them in a way where we can actually see what he's got in his hand. It looks like a 6 brute force. It looks like a 5 intellect, and then he drew something, which I want to say looks like
card.
It looks like a Robin Hood special. Nope. He immediately sets him down, and that's all right. We can go away from this cam. He plays a 6. Andrew plays the Zeus, which is the 6 any power.
You're absolutely right. He targeted the 8. You don't want to make him forced to target the negate because you wouldn't get the secondary effect of drawing the card. So.
And he's going to throw the duality. I don't hate this play. I like the idea of getting the duality out now. And, look, it's like I said with the Grim Reaper last time. It doesn't do any good just sitting there. And the negate is always going to stop your best, most tricky plays. Eat the negate, It's better to get the duality, but at that point, just, you're going to get the negate. All right. What is going to happen next? What are we going to see from the goat here? So the goat negates the duality. He's got 2 cards in hand. Just a vanilla 7 against Morgan Le Fay.
Probably going to use Hercules 7 to avoid, which leaves him with a 5 and an 8. Now, Marcel doesn't know it, but Doug is definitely has a lot more venture showing. And Doug's done a really good job of putting out pressure and keeping Marcel on the defensive in the middle of his own event, really mitigating the effectiveness of this transformation trickery.
Now, the tough part is both of these players they're very good players, obviously both incredibly intelligent people. But I will say that sometimes, this is a game that can take we only play 1 game per 50-minute round, unlike some like Magic where you play the best of 3 in a 50-minute round. And a lot of these hemming and hawing about these blocks and the small decisions, I think they've got to make sure they don't find themselves going to time and being in a place where they don't control the game, where the time running out controls the game. So I like this play. Shifts it to the mummy, blocks with a vanilla 4 that gets rid of a 2 multi, and then Doug is going to decide what attack he wants to do to follow up. He's going to do a Morgan Le Fay 3, and he's just going to bury the 3 over there on the mummy, which we kind of knew he was going to do.
Now that 3 does allow Doug to play any teammate's special card, alive or dead. Thank you, Ronald. But probably to keep pace, he's just going to throw the 3 and then send it back to Marcel.
Shapeshifter's Guise is just the extra little icing on the cake with Morgan Le Fay that really puts her over the top. There's so many ancillary benefits to that card. One being, if you have special cards for other characters, you can keep at least one of them in hand. I'm not sure if you can keep them all, but you can keep stuff that she can play with that card.
It's interesting with his avoid in hand, he still chose to target Sun Wukong's 8.
Well, I think the reason he's doing this is he's ahead on Venture right now.
Oh, and he played Sun Wukong's Cloud Surfing. So
yeah, and he's saying it doesn't do anything because I'm not losing. But that was a tough one. He really wanted to get rid of that placed 8, or he wanted him. because shifting it to Mummy is good in this case. Because remember, Joe wants to be able to put the Mummy in a position where dead is dead will kill him.
No, absolutely.
Joe is
Mummy
currently
does
at,
have a Mummy's inherent says that he can only be killed if he has an energy icon hit.
oh wow.
No. Brutal.
He plays the draw 3 as the very last card. Doug has exhausted everything.
And now you'll see he's probably gonna have to run.
And it has been a long day. I think I keep calling Doug Joe Peters from the last match. So it is Doug Taylor that we're talking about. So Marcel does the draw 3. Marcel keeps all 3.
So he drew a mummy, a 6, and I don't see the third card.
I think it was, he covered it up with transformation trickery. Whatever it was, Doug said, 3 keepers, I don't have any cards. Nah, I'll just run away. And it's the right call.
Yeah, well, fair play to Doug.
And despite the way the board looks, Marcel's got a commanding venture lead, but Doug has actually got through some of his most devastating cards. You know, the event and the transformation trickery seem to be a really big part of Marcel's deck. Marcel has drawn Grasp of the 5 Elements, so he can heal everything off Sun Wukong, and that's also a venture sync. But it also requires Sun Wukong to discard all his place cards, not an issue right now. So you'll probably see some strategic placing. Marcel's got the offensive negate, or he can discard a brute force power card playable by the Mummy to play it defensively if he wants to 2-for-1 himself. He's got another any power card. I believe it's the 5. It looks like a couple, at least a Teamwork.
Teamwork, yeah.
Doug's got his any power teamwork. He's got an ally. He's got the sowing chaos for Hercules. He's got the offensive negate for Sherlock Holmes. And Doug's not having a ton of variance issues, but stuff just isn't lining up like it could. You know, having that offensive negate placed earlier would have completely changed everything in that last hand.
For sure.
So the booth
Transformation
is
trickery.
brought. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, I was going to say transformation trickery certainly would have been the first thing he offensively negated, and then he'd have a lot more KO pressure on Marcel's guys.
Now we've brought up brilliant deduction here, but the card we're actually talking about, I forget the name of it, but it's
Logical reasoning.
Logical reasoning. It's the offensive negate that's on Sherlock Holmes. Both placing some heat. Doug gets out the 6 any power teamwork card. Marcel places Master Archer, one of my favorite pieces of art in the game. There's 3 of Dracula's vampires charging Robin Hood, and you can see he's taken the metal tips off his arrows and sharpened them into stakes, and you can see a lot of dead vampires around there. That's the card we're talking about over on the side. Logical reasoning negates the effects of one special card played by opponent, but you'll notice it says may only be played offensively. It only has the offensive icons on it. That's an intentional design space we've been in with this new set. And as we've seen today, despite a lot of naysayers not liking it, we've seen that played to fuel allies. We've seen it played to remove hits to trigger Asclepion. And we've seen it be a card in the Cory Sims match where had it been played, had it been saved a little bit, it could have gotten rid of a few of the really powerful effects like Early Feminist Leader and Harness the Wind. So those offensive negates, I think, are really showing how strong they actually are.
I just had that conversation last week with a player in Boston, and he asked me why I would ever play that because he said it was too slow. And I said, well, you can target some of their strongest effects, but you can also use them to remove special card hits. And his eyes lit up, and he started to understand, like, oh, there are definite uses for this card. It's not as one-dimensional as you'd think.
And remember, too, no one has played it today that we've seen, but The Tarzan mission set also gives you a battle where it's defensive. So I think after watching this tournament, you might see me at our weekly game next week doing a Sherlock Holmes Ask a Pleon deck and just straight up running 3 of those and seeing and using the Tarzan mission set to give it an extra battle where it's a negate, and then it's almost like having 2 defensive negates on a max 8 character. So we've got a lot of placing back and forth. Sowing Chaos is a card that never gets mentioned in the Hercules conversation, and it is a absolutely devastating secondary effect, and it really doesn't get the credit it deserves. For those that don't know, it's a 4 energy attack. While it is a hit on a character's record, they cannot make any follow-up attacks. That means they can't follow up allies, they can't follow up teamworks, they can't follow up any cards that grant a teammate attack, like Network of Fanatics from Cthulhu. In addition to everything else Hercules has, that 4 is very strong, it's offsuit. I don't think it gets the credit it deserves.
Yeah, no, it's people see a 4 and they're just like, it's mediocre, but like you said, it's offsuit, and if that's one of your last hits of the hand early in the game, that's gonna drastically change your ability for offensive output.
We've lost a little bit of the feed to show the cards. I think there's just a little issue with that. If you guys want to, in
There
the
we
booth,
are.
pop it back up. There we go.
So
All right,
Doug
so
goes 2, and I think Marcel
Marcel went
also
2
went
as well.
2. Yeah,
So
so
we're going to
let's
see
get-
another battle. And I got to give these guys credit, too. I love a game where there's a lot of fighting, you got 2 great players that are just... They're punching it out, and they're gonna make each other use their resources up. There's control strategies where there's a lot of conceding too, but I love a couple of decks that are a good brawl. Marcel, using the grasp of the 5 elements to trigger Ask a Pleon, I love it.
Now, Sun Wukong does get the ability after a heal to throw an offensive action as well. He's thinking about it. That's what Sun Wukong does. He's very, very good. He is a tricky monkey.
Doug's going to try to get some speed here. He launches the ally card. Now, that's not a huge risk for the Mummy. The Mummy's worried about that 2 more than the 3. So he's also worried about that 4 multi. The Mummy needs... Those are all little hits that are on him, relatively. And so he just wants to make sure he's blocking out those energy hits. I'm really surprised about that. Well, he blocks that. And Doug's going to take a page out of Marcel's book. Doug is going to try to offensively negate the Oni and Succubus and leave just the 3 intelligence card. Marcel seems a little annoyed at that, but he nods his head. Now, Marcel's done really good. He's really utilizing Ask a Pleon well here. But it'll be interesting to see if he'll fire one off just to remove a low combat card and get the card draw. He may have to just to fuel the ally card that he just threw, so... I think this may be one where Doug got a little stubborn and stayed in where he shouldn't have. But that remains to be seen. So he is going to try to play the heal off the ally, which is going to let him keep that card pace. He is playing it from the Mummy, so the attack will have to come from the Mummy. He removes the teamwork card, obviously, because if he gets any kind of offensive negate, he's got the offensive negate placed, meaning he can trigger Ask a Pleon a 3rd time this battle. And I gotta say, Marcel is also, he's doing a strategy here that I've never even thought of with Ask a Pleon, removing a hit and just stalling the hand out so that he can get ahead.
Absolutely. Stalling the hand out is kind of like shifting. You shift the hits around, you take them, and then your opponent just has no more juice, and then they've punched themselves out. And that's essentially what he's doing with an extra step.
So Doug Taylor also has a 1 energy in hand, and I think we're going to see Doug here just throw a ton of energy icons in a row now and try to get him. Oh, Marcel does not like that. He does not want that energy hit on the mummy, and he knows that the 4 multi's coming right after it. Now, the 4 multi's for a kill, so he's going to block one of the 2. He just gets rid of the 1, and you're going to see the 4 multi come right over. He's not going to be happy about that either. He's going to have to get rid of... he at least can let this one hit if he wants and offensively negate the Shapeshifter's guys to trigger Asclepion again. So that may be what's going through his head. I don't know what card is in...
Sorry.
Go ahead.
No, Doug Taylor does have to be careful, though, because even though... Oh, okay. So even though he... the card he just played to Sherlock is a kill shot, Morgan Le Fay is also open. So he could essentially have just targeted Morgan Le Fay and got her 1 hit from Death Eye as well. Oh, there we go.
I mean, that's a great play, but it's really just a hand equalizer at this point. Like, he's going to get rid of... I'm sure he called energy because he sees 2 energy icons exposed on the ground here. He'd already played the shift. So he's going to strip his placing advantage. Doug said it only gets 1, and then Marcel said, no. Sowing Chaos is also an energy icon. Ooh, so Doug is slowly clawing at the mummy, just trying to do anything he can to finish him off. And Marcel is just forcing Doug right with the last little bit of each hand to have to concede. And Doug just has to run again. He can't stay in.
See, I don't know. At this point, next round will be going 1 for the loss. Marcel can go 2 for the win.
He has no cards. He's already losing. No, he's. It's 10-6.
It's 10-6. Oh, he could. Yeah. I guess make him do that.
So Doug passed. Okay, maybe not the worst idea. Make Mummy use up the negate.
Make him win it.
He's still gonna have the. He's gonna have the energy icon on him still. Now I think I run. You disagree? I would run.
I don't know. Losing this, yeah, he did run, but let's see what he had. See, he didn't have any offense. He was unable to. He could not have won that. I told you.
Well, you're a better player than I am, Sean. You would have stayed in. You would have stayed in the game. And maybe you're right. At that point, you got to just take your shot at it. But
because now you're going 1 for the loss, and Marcel can go 2 for the win. You can't put yourself in that position. Being 2-1 and 4 is better than being 1-6. So that's worth hypothetically losing Sherlock Holmes. So.
And I think you got to you're probably right. At that point, you got to just put your match on the line and see what happens. Now, we do see in Doug's hand, he did draw an Avalon's Warmth. He did draw a negate. If he can deal with whatever Marcel's first volley is, I think he's got to place a lot of these cards out. But if he can deal with whatever Marcel's first volley is going to be against Sherlock Holmes, he may be able to turn this match around right here.
Absolutely. It all depends on what. So he does have a negate, which is great. So he could stop a power card. A special card. But he does look like Marcel's about to place a teamwork, and that.
But it isn't any power teamwork, and it's a on-suit aspect. Now, let's not forget he also has the 5. If he can snake that 5 through and look at Marcel's entire hand, make him discard a card, he's got the 4 multi before it. He's going to throw a good string. He has his fairy protection. This is just one of those situations where it's so unfortunate that Doug can't bet a lot here.
See, now if he had won that hand, he could go 3. But since he has his fairy protection, he can only venture 1. And venture 1 the next hand, too.
But at the same time, he's not in a bad position here. I think Doug, like I said 30 minutes ago, Doug's biggest enemy right now is the clock. I do not like this placement. That negate should have gone to Hercules, and that 5 should have gone on Baker Street. And, Marcel's almost certainly going to place out and run here, and you need to make sure you're putting yourself in a position. You better make sure you're putting yourself in a position where you're going to be doing fine next battle.
1,000%. Right when he placed it, I thought in my head, should have gone to Hercules. Yeah, if they place, you place. You got to keep pace.
So Marcel's got 2 avoid and draws, and I'm kind of also realizing some of the brilliance of this deck. Probably assuming everyone's going to want to go for his single max 8 Wukong. He's got 2 teammate avoid and draws and the heals. You're probably not going to be able to kill Wukong, Sun Wukong. So interesting what he's got placed here. But, I think Doug's got a really good thing going here. I think he throws the 4 multi at Robin Hood, sucks up 1 piece of defense from Marcel, and he fires off that 5, gets him to reveal his hand, discards a card, and then Marcel's going to concede and Bob's your uncle.
Absolutely. He needs to keep him in here in battle.
Sorry guys, we are having enough so we can see the cards, but the bandwidth issue is ongoing here, so we're having a little bit of a hard time reading these cards on the side. But that is Defender of the People for Robin Hood, and then this is Avalon's Warmth. So Avalon's Warmth is a card that can target any character and heal all the hits off him. But exactly what we said was going to happen here. He could only go 1. Marcel's going to bet 1 and run. And pretty much anybody knew that was what was going to happen. Doug really needed to go into this next hand with that negate placed to Hercules and the 5 on the home base. I honestly think if anything cost Doug the game, that 1 placing decision is going to come back and haunt him for the rest of the match.
No, absolutely. There's a very small margin of errors, especially at this level, and especially at this late in the game, late in the day. But they're both tired. It's been such a long, grueling day.
And that's what you got to remember too. Especially the pressure too. You got to remember, like, the pressure of playing an entire day. These are the biggest stakes that Overpower's ever had, and now you're in a match where it's win and in, lose and out. This is literally, you're playing for your chance at $10,000 still. That is a huge amount of pressure on the line right now. Now Doug's drawn another.
You'll notice
another great hand. Sorry.
So it's all good. Continue.
Doug's drawn a really great hand. He's got the negate for Sherlock Holmes. He's got some 6s and some offensive heat with Hercules. He's got his own ability to reset the venture. So if Marcel goes 3 for the win, he can kind of trick him, fight it out, make Marcel exhaust everything, and then just reset it and take him to the next battle. If Doug's biggest problem right now is clock management. Marcel has got such a lead that if he doesn't start just firing off and making these hands go faster, the time's going to run out. And unfortunately, if the GOAT he's not playing slow. He just needs to bet 1 and just keep winning an occasional hand and not losing big when he loses. And Doug's just not going to have the time unless he can start killing some characters and creating some attrition. I mean, this round's only got about 10 minutes left.
Absolutely. And it goes back again, beating the dead horse. But that match, he needed to not run and risk losing Sherlock Holmes. And he'd be up to 3-2 right now instead of 1-0-6.
Yeah, I mean, that's true. 3-2-3 would be or 2-3-2 would be a much better position to be in right now.
But he has initiative, so let's see what he can do.
We've seen the negate go by. Marcel may be hiding 1 in hand. He can defensively negate if he discards the 7, and so we may see him pull off the defensive negate to try to negate the Avalon's wealth and give up the negate and give up the 7. And I think if I'm Doug, I'm just going to go ahead and let him do that. I'm going to let him fire that off, discard his 7, get rid of 2 cards, and I can now concede later and know that the concede is going to go through.
Yeah. Also, Doug does have his Grim Reaper, so if Marcel has the Mummy negate, he's most certainly going to use it. to stop Morgan Le Fay, and then it's wide open for Doug to call any power on Grim Reaper.
He could do that. I don't think he has the Grim Reaper. I think he's
I
got
thought he did.
He's got Disorient Opponent. He's got Select the Slain. He's got Hades, and I can't tell exactly what the other one is, but I think it's the Negate for Sherlock Holmes.
Oh, that I'm mistaken. Forgive me.
But he
It's been a
might
long day
draw
for us,
into it.
too.
He hasn't got it yet though. I don't believe we've seen his Grim Reaper yet. So Marcel just goes one from the top. I think that's
all
fine.
he has to do. He's in such a big mission advantage that he can just bet one and run 5 times. You'll notice both of their hands are shaking. Like you said, there's so much on the line, and whenever one of them plays a good card, they smile, and it's a little reprieve from the nerves. But I guarantee they both have worms in their stomach right now. There's so much on the line.
I used to get worked up winning the tournaments just for the bragging rights of having won a tournament. You know, $10,000, and when we're not talking money that's going to change your life forever, but you're talking about something that could make a pretty serious impact on your life. So, okay, he's going to try to Avalon's Warmth. The goat says doesn't go through. Now, the goat's tricky. You can't assume that means he doesn't have the negate in hand. It just might mean he doesn't care enough about the KO pressure on Sherlock Holmes. But it does put Doug in the driver's seat as far as character KO goes and being able to start to pressure the mummy for dying. Now, the big thing he has to worry about, though, is he's got to play around that Robin Hood card. He can't be throwing anything with a combat icon over there and giving him the ability to draw off that. Marcel throws the Teamwork. Doug throws out the Disorient Opponent and stops the string. And he's got a chance to... Yeah, that is huge.
That's very big. If you have initiative and you're able to get off what you want, their chance to return fire is completely shut down, and you essentially make them miss a turn. That's huge.
I love what he's doing here. So Marcel's only got a couple. Oh, he's got 5. So he's got 5 cards left. He plays the not a bad detective to get 2 cards. Probably at this point he's thinking, if he's only got a couple cards playable by the mummy, maybe I force him to show me that negate and I can get rid of it. It looks like it's gonna hit. So he's gonna reveal a 3 multi and it looks like the training card, the 5 any power training. Is that what that is?
I think so. Yeah.
I think that's the promo version, so it doesn't have the blue border. I mean, I think I'm just getting rid of the 3 multi, right? Like
for sure. There's no venture in the other one. Good on Marcel to put that in his deck, though. It's a good surprise thing. They can go up and over people's place defense.
I don't know how many events Marcel's willing to run main deck, but he may be running get a basic or training out of your deck. And since most people don't play the main deck, sometimes that event is just get a free card that gives you an advantage.
Absolutely. Which is why when we play, I always put that training in. Interesting that he switched to targeting Hercules.
He may also just be counting what's gone by. You know, Sherlock's played a lot of cards. We haven't seen the 9 from Hercules. We haven't seen the discard a card and play with the remainder of battle. Some people said they're not playing that, and I really wonder if looking at this tournament again, if anybody that lost to Harness the Wind or lost to Early Feminist Leader is going to be kicking themselves for not running it. I don't know if Doug's running it or not, but I do know he lost last round to his son, which put his tournament life on the line. And his son is obviously running 2 extremely powerful remainder of battle cards.
2 reasons why you would absolutely want that in your deck. But, you know, good for Andrew for beating his dad, but enjoy sleeping outside tonight.
I don't believe they live together at this point, but This don't do it, Doug. Don't do it.
Nope. Nope.
Don't do it. Don't do it. And he's going to avoid and draw.
Yeah.
You just had to go for Robin Hood there and play for Venture.
Yeah, unfortunately, he has Hades to reset the Venture if things are going poorly. But like we said before, he's got 4 minutes left. He's only got one. I think the writing's on the wall here. Marcel's chip stack is just too high.
I think our clock might have been a little off here. Oh no, they're getting an extension because of the so the last hand was called for the rest of the people, but they started a little later. So their clock is correct. All right. Sean, my camera just froze. Are you still good?
I'm good.
Sean?
Yeah, I'm good. We lost Joe. So he played the Mummy's 7 heal, and that was worth Merlin's negate. So now
Sorry, I lost connection for just a minute, but I got the gist of that.
Just when that happens, just come back into the room.
Yep,
totally. I was managing.
Did the 7 hit, or you said he defended it with the Merlin?
He used his negate, and then he fires back with the Hercules 6, and finally looks like he
finally killed the Mummy, but again, probably just too little too late. They've got a 4-minute extension. So they could in theory play 2 more hands. If Marcel makes a play here, Doug just runs away with the fortress, gets to the next hand, ventures.
But we have seen everything that Doug's
going to negate select the slain, and he's probably doing it literally just to not let Marcel look through 5 cards and take up a bunch of time.
Absolutely.
And then what did Doug play?
I think he also had select the slain.
I don't agree with this. You got to just, well, I guess if he resets, unless, yeah, I mean, it's just time. It's just time management, unfortunately. I think that's what I said. It's sometimes some of the best players, it's just if you take too long to make those, you got to be able to make the decisions fast in the early game. A game like Overpower, if you take too long thinking about minor decisions like what to place and what to block, you're going to find yourself at the end of the game. And exactly like I said before, it's not that you win or lose, it's that you take away the control of who's going to win based on the decisions you make with the cards. It's more just going to be about the time running out.
Absolutely. It's definitely a resource that you have to manage as much as any other aspect of the game, a clock management.
And again, there's been talk occasionally of like, should we use chess clocks and give people half the time? We've never seen any reason to not to have to do that. We've got pretty strict and specific guidelines in the tournament ethics guide about calling time on people and what to do. I think this is just a case where you have 2 incredibly smart players that just were both taking a decent amount of time to think about things, and and then that's what happened. So all right, so Doug's trying to play Fortress. He's trying to get the reset in.
Mummy's dead, and he's already used Merlin, so there's no way to negate.
So I don't know what we're thinking about here.
I don't know why he showed that. Are they...
I'm sorry, did he negate the thing somehow?
I don't know why he would end up showing him...
Did the 5 make him discard a card in hand, and he chose to discard the Fortress?
I don't think so.
Can we bring up the 5?
Oh, it's the Robin Hood. Doesn't Robin Hood have a 4 that does that?
All right, so Doug's just going to say, I don't have a way to come back on Venture, and the handshake. A way to come back on Venture, and the handshake goes out. Of the clock running out. Kudos to Marcel. He didn't stall. He wasn't playing slow. He just said, I just have to venture 1 every battle, and Doug's gonna be in a position to win he's going to have to win 5-6 hands in a row to be able to win come the clock. And so, he played really smart. He only lost one character, and then time was just the factor.
Absolutely. Good stuff to Marcel. Good stuff to both guys. Yeah, nothing to be said. Doug can hold him head high. He played a good game.
All right, guys. Let's go. We talked to the GOAT before the day even started. Let's head over there, and if we've got time, let's see if we can squeeze a little interview in with the GOAT going into the top 8. We may not be able to because they did have a 4-minute time extension, so we may be in a situation where we're jumping to the top 8 a little bit faster. But let me go check in, and we'll come back to you with an interview in just a minute if we have the ability.
Sorry, guys. You got to restart anyway.
All right, everybody. We have finished the Swiss. The top 8's been announced. Marcel, we talked to you at the very beginning of the day. We just watched a great match. I thought you played brilliantly there. Great awareness of the clock, getting ahead those first 3 hands, and then just betting one each hand and just maintaining the advantage. How do you feel going into this top 8?
Yeah, it was a unique day. I mean, I don't know if a lot of people know at home, but I lost my first game of the day. And anybody knows trying to go through the back end of a tournament, it's really just something unique. So I really had like pressure on all day going into it, but the deck finally, between like learning it more throughout the day and then it just starting to finally like click in place, as you just saw in the last game, it just, I'm ready to rock. Three wins away, my friend. 3 wins away.
So I know first round was a game against Jessica Sims. Who was your second loss to?
I can't remember his name, but he played a brilliant deck of John Carter, King Arthur, and Leonidas. So it was just one of those, like, who do you go for kind of scenarios. It was one of those games, too. It actually ended up going down to the power pack. And it was one of those where it's like, we each had one card. I throw a 4, he throws a 6, and he wins by 2 venture. And it was just like one of those tight games. Even he was like, this is the greatest game I've ever played, and with this deck, you know? So again, but that's how this new game is. This modern game is all about like finicky little tiny moments, you know? It's really changed from the legacy format to this modern idea. Like those moments, those fine decision makings, leaving a character for just one play and then having like a string go through.
Yeah, I feel the same way. So on that last question I'm going to ask you. So one of the things I commented on, you're sitting in a very complex board state. The Doug Taylor places his negate to the back in a hand where he can only bet 1 for the loss. You're almost certainly going to run at that situation. Now, he did have the 5 energy in hand for Sherlock Holmes. I don't think they get we're doing interviews. So he does have the 5 energy in hand for Sherlock Holmes. That would have been a spy. And I thought he should have put that on the home base and the negate on Hercules. If you had gone into that next hand and he had that extra card that was a 5 that if successful, it spied your hand, do you think that would have made a big impact at that point? Or do you think that at that point, the time was already enough of an issue?
I think, honestly, at this point, what I was looking for in that particular hand, I was figuring in Baker Street. Whether it been, you know, in the back or Sherlock in the front or in the back with Watson. I was always keeping in my mind that I have to extra place. And as I'm sure you saw that in the game, I was placing some cards I really didn't want to place just because I was like, if I get blasted open-handed, like I just want to try to get everything out of my hand fast because if you can, Baker Street is a dead card at that point in time, you know? So that's where my mentality was going with that. But yeah, I mean, when I saw him put those 2 cards off to the side, I was like, oh, I wouldn't have had anything to deal with that in the next round. So, or I'd not even thought about it, you know?
Yeah, very, very good point on the placing. And this just goes to show you guys how much those micro decisions he's talking about matters. So James is ready to have a meeting here with the top 8. Congratulations on making the top 8.
Thank you.
We'll see how good luck in the rest of the tournament.
Appreciate it. Thanks a lot.
All right, guys, we are going to take a few minutes to do a players meeting, and then we'll be back with you with the top 8 matches. So thanks very much.